Hey friends! Glad you're here at Arcane Paradox. We've cooked up something special. What if Pomfrey's pre-Yule scan found 52 marriage curses on Harry and Veela? Crown demanded war. Liking and subscribing really helps us out. Okay, story time. Chapter 1, The Scan. The diagnostic charm smelled like copper and cold air. Harry had never noticed that before, but then again, he'd never actually paid attention during Madam Pomfrey's mandatory pre-holiday screenings. Most students treated them the way they treated the first day of term welcome speech: stand still, nod at the right moments, leave as quickly as possible. The charm washed over you in a pale blue light. Pomfrey made a note on her clipboard: you got a small vial of pepper-up potion if she found anything concerning, and that was that. 3 minutes, start to finish. Harry had been standing in the hospital wing's screening alcove for 11 minutes now. He knew because he'd counted. Something to do while Pomfrey stood completely motionless 6 feet away, her clipboard hanging at her side, her eyes fixed on the diagnostic panel mounted on the wall above his head. The panel was a thing of genuine beauty when it worked normally, a sheet of enchanted crystal that displayed a human silhouette in soft white light, with any medical concerns highlighted in amber. Harry had seen it glow amber twice in 3 years, once for Neville's repeatedly rebroken wrist, and once for a 5th-year Hufflepuff who turned out to have been accidentally transfigured from the waist down for 3 weeks without realizing it. The diagnostic panel above Harry was not glowing amber. It was a deep, arterial red from the crown of the silhouette's head to the soles of its feet, threaded through with lines of black that pulsed every few seconds like a slow and terrible heartbeat. And superimposed over the red, visible as distinct darker shapes within it, were marks. Layered marks. So many of them that they overlapped, creating a texture almost like scales. Pomfrey counted them a second time. Then a third. Her clipboard hit the floor at the same moment. Harry said, "So that's not normal." "Do not move," Pomfrey said. Her voice was entirely flat, the way it got when she was furious and refusing to show it. "Do not move, Mr. Potter, and do not attempt to cast anything. Not even Lumos. Do you understand me?" "Yeah, all right." Harry looked down at his hands. They looked fine. He felt fine, or he felt the way he always felt, which he was starting to suspect were not the same thing. "Can you tell me what it's showing? Because I'm standing here watching you not pick up your clipboard and I'm starting to." I said, "Do not move." She was already crossing the wing at speed, pulling open a cabinet he'd never seen her open before. Her hands moved through it with the efficiency of someone who trained for exactly this situation while hoping they'd never have to use it. She came back holding a second diagnostic instrument, a smaller one, handheld, brass and crystal, the kind that was used for individual curse analysis rather than general health screening. "I need to be certain of what I'm seeing. Madam Pomfrey." "A moment, Potter." "Madam Pomfrey." She stopped. Looked at him. Her expression was the thing that actually frightened him, because Poppy Pomfrey did not frighten easily, and right now she looked like a woman trying to decide how to tell someone that the building they were standing in was on fire. "How do you feel?" she asked. "Right now." "Physically. Be precise." Harry thought about it. Actually thought about it, instead of the reflexive fine he'd been giving adults for 14 years. "Tired," he said. "Not sleeping tired. Tired like there's a weight on me. I thought it was the tournament. I've got a headache most mornings that goes away by noon. And sometimes when I cast something big, I feel it more than I think I should. Like it costs more." Pomfrey closed her eyes for exactly 2 seconds. Then she opened them and pointed the brass instrument at his chest. The crystal at its tip turned black immediately. Not dark blue, the color of mild enchantment. Not purple, the color of moderate curse work. Black. The color that the instrument's maker, a St. Mungo's curse specialist named Aldous Finch Fletchley, had chosen because he'd assumed in his decades of practice that he would never actually need it. 52, Pomfrey said quietly, reading the number that had appeared in the crystal's center in tiny, perfect numerals. There are 52 active curse constructs layered on your magical core. She lowered the instrument and looked at him with something raw in her eyes. The oldest one is 10 years old, Mr. Potter. Possibly 11. The alcove was very quiet. Through the hospital wing's high windows, Harry could see the sky outside had gone the pale grey of a Scottish December afternoon, flat and cold and enormous. From somewhere far below, he could hear the distant sound of students crossing the courtyard, laughing about something, their voices muffled by the stone. 11 years ago, Harry said slowly, I was 3. Yes. Someone put a curse on me when I was 3 years old. More than one. And they continued adding to it. Pomfrey set the brass instrument on a nearby table with great deliberateness, the way you set something down when your hands are not entirely steady. Some of them are elegant work, I'll grant the casters that, they're layered in a way that makes each individual construct difficult to identify, because they function as camouflage for each other. A general health scan would read the collection of them as ambient magical interference, nothing to flag specifically. They were designed to pass undetected. But yours caught them. My screening charm is not standard ministry issue, she said, and there was a clipped pride in it that under any other circumstances would have made Harry smile. I upgraded it in 1989 after a student came through my ward 3 times in 1 year with what I was diagnosing as recurring illness before I realized it was compounding dark charm exposure. I have never regretted the upgrade until right now, because at least then I didn't know. She picked her clipboard up from the floor. I need to contact the headmaster. You need to tell me what the curses do first. She hesitated. Please, Harry added, and something in the way he said it, not pleading, not desperate, just direct, like someone who had decided they were done waiting to be given information about their own life, made her sit down on the edge of the nearest bed. Some of them appear to be bond-severing constructs, she said. Designed to interfere with the formation of genuine magical bonds, companionship bonds, loyalty bonds, the kind that develop naturally between people with compatible magical signatures. They don't prevent you from having relationships. They simply ensure those relationships never fully anchor. Magically speaking. She paused. Others appear to be siphoning constructs. Small, slow draws on your core's output. Any one of them alone would be undetectable and nearly harmless. 52 of them, running simultaneously for a decade, are not harmless. No. She folded her hands. No, Mr. Potter, they are not. Harry sat with that for a moment. He was aware of a sensation moving through him that was not quite any of the emotions he would have expected, not rage, not fear, not grief, though all of those were in there somewhere underneath. What it felt like, mostly, was a door opening. As if something he'd always sensed at the edge of perception had finally stepped into the light and let him look at it directly. The exhaustion that wasn't just tournament exhaustion. The loneliness that had always felt slightly more profound than circumstances alone could account for. The way magic sometimes felt like pulling water uphill. That had been someone else's doing. For over a decade. While he was growing up in a cupboard under the stairs. Right, he said. He kept his voice level. He didn't make a decision about how to feel about it yet, because there would be time for that, and right now there were practical things to address. Who can actually remove them? A curse breaker of significant skill. Gringotts has the best in Europe, but for something this complex, we would need, she stopped. From outside the hospital wing's doors came a sound that neither of them had been expecting, voices, sharp and urgent, getting louder. Then the doors opened. Fleur Delacour walked in ahead of Madame Maxime the way water moved ahead of a storm, quickly, with direction, her chin up and her silver blonde hair loose around her shoulders because she'd clearly been pulled away from something and hadn't stopped to pin it up. Behind her, Maxime's bulk filled the doorway. Behind Maxime was Professor McGonagall, who was walking fast and looked like she'd rather be anywhere else. Madam Pomfrey, McGonagall said, I apologize for the interruption, but Madame Maxime reports that Mademoiselle Delacour's condition, my crown, Fleur said to Pomfrey directly, cutting past the diplomatic framing with the efficiency of someone who decided the adults were taking too long. It has been flaring since this morning. I thought it was stress. It is not stress. She pressed 2 fingers to the base of her throat, where the faintest luminescence was visible, a pale gold shimmer, barely perceptible, like bioluminescence seen through water. It is resonating with something. I have felt it before only once, during a Veela council gathering when the elders were discussing a breach of the accords. It feels like a bell that someone keeps striking, over and over, that no one else can hear. She noticed Harry. She stopped. Harry noticed her stop. Something happened in the air between them, not romantic, not immediately, but recognitive, like 2 people who've been talking about each other in separate rooms finally standing in the same one. The pale gold shimmer at her throat brightened by a barely visible degree. The diagnostic panel on the wall, which Pomfrey had not reset, pulsed red once, deeply, like a heartbeat. Fleur looked at the panel. Then at Harry. Then at the panel again, and her grey-blue eyes went very still in the way that eyes did when a mind was moving very fast behind them. "That is you," she said. "Yeah. 52. She'd read the counter at the panel's base, which was still displaying the number. "Those are curse marks." "Also yeah. Mon Dieu." She said it quietly, without drama, the way you said it when something genuinely warranted the invocation. Then she crossed to Madam Pomfrey and held out her wrist. "Scan me. Now, please." Pomfrey did, with the handheld instrument. The crystal at its tip flushed gold, not the black of dark curse work, but a deep, resonant gold that Pomfrey stared at with an expression Harry couldn't parse. "The crown is active," Pomfrey said. "I know the crown is active," Fleur said, with a patience that had steel in it. "What is it responding to?" "The resonance signature matches." Pomfrey looked at Harry. Then back at Fleur. "The resonance signature of the siphoning constructs on Mr. Potter's core is nearly identical to the magical frequency of the Veela crown's alert function. The crown would interpret a large-scale curse array aimed at a magically significant person as a threat to a potential Veela bond partner," Madame Maxime said from the doorway. Her voice was very quiet for a woman her size. "That is what the crown's alert function is designed to detect. Mademoiselle Delacour. The crown believes, I understand what the crown believes," Fleur said, and her voice had gone flat and careful, the voice of someone keeping a very firm grip on something. She turned and looked at Harry with an expression that was not soft or romantic or flustered, it was serious, the way a general's expression went serious when intelligence arrived that changed the map entirely. "This is a political matter. This is not merely a medical matter." "I'm aware," Harry said. "You don't understand what I mean." She stepped closer. Close enough that he could see the gold shimmer at her throat was not fading. "I am a Veela heir. My crown is the hereditary mark of the Delacour Apollon bloodline. When it activates in response to a magical attack on a person it has identified as significant, that identification is a matter of record under the Veela Accords. It does not simply mean I find you, it means the Veela nation is now informed of this. Automatically. Magically. The matriarch will have felt this the moment my crown activated." She paused. "My grandmother will already be preparing to travel." McGonagall made a sound that was not quite a word. "Your grandmother," Harry said. "The Veela Matriarch." "Yes. And she's going to, what? Come here?" "She is going to come here," Fleur confirmed, "and she is going to invoke the Veela Accords of 1743, under which a demonstrated magical attack on a Veela heir's crown-recognized significant person constitutes an act of aggression against the Veela nation as a sovereign magical entity." Her voice was level, precise, relentless. "Under those accords, she will have the authority to issue a declaration of war against the parties responsible." The hospital wing was very quiet again. Outside, the grey sky had darkened a shade. The distant voices from the courtyard had moved on. "Right," Harry said again. He realized he kept saying that, and that it was probably because his mind was processing things in segments, and each segment required its own acknowledgement before he could move to the next. So in summary, someone put 52 curses on me over the course of a decade, your crown detected it, your grandmother is on her way, and there's going to be a declaration of war. That is a reasonable summary, yes. Against whoever cast the curses. Against whoever cast the curses and whoever enabled the conditions under which they were cast. Her eyes held his steadily. That is the language of the Accords. Whoever enabled the conditions. It is intentionally broad. Harry thought about the fact that he'd been at Hogwarts, under Dumbledore's protection, for 3 years. He thought about the fact that Hogwarts's wards should theoretically have detected ongoing curse work. He thought about the fact that they apparently hadn't, or if they had, the information had gone somewhere and stopped. He thought about who controlled the information that Hogwarts's wards generated. McGonagall spoke, and her voice was very controlled. Madam Pomfrey, you will need to document everything you found tonight. Every reading, every measurement, every instrument reading. You will document it in triplicate. She looked at Fleur. Mademoiselle Delacour, I will need to contact the headmaster. You may contact whoever you feel is appropriate, Fleur said pleasantly. My grandmother will be doing the same. McGonagall left. Maxime followed her, because the adults seemed to collectively understand that the two people who most needed to talk were the two young people standing in the middle of the hospital wing, and that it would be useful to give them the room. Pomfrey did not leave. She was the medical professional on duty and she had no intention of leaving Harry unsupervised while 52 active curse constructs were lighting up her diagnostic panel, but she moved to the far end of the wing and became very interested in her supply cabinets. Harry looked at Fleur. Fleur looked at Harry. You're not what I thought you were, Fleur said. Not unkindly. It was an observation, the way a scientist might note that an experiment had produced an unexpected result. What did you think I was? Famous. Lucky. Protected. She said each word with the precision of someone selecting exactly the right tool from a rack. The boy who lived, who survived by some accident of love magic and has since been kept safely in the care of the most powerful wizard in Britain. She looked at the diagnostic panel. You are not protected. No. You have never been protected. Apparently not. She was quiet for a moment. Then, does it, when you realized, just now, did it, I haven't decided yet how I feel about it, Harry said honestly. I'm still in the part where I'm figuring out what it means practically. The feelings are going to come later and they're probably going to be significant, but right now I need to think. She looked at him differently after that. Something in the assessment shifted. That is very sensible, she said. I have my moments. The ghost of something that was not quite a smile crossed her face. My grandmother will want to meet you. She will try to conduct the meeting on her terms. She conducts everything on her terms, she has been doing it for 60 years and she is very good at it. But you should know that you have more standing in this situation than she will initially appear to grant you. Because of the Accords. Because of what you are, legally speaking, whether you know it yet or not. She folded her hands. You are the last of the Potter line. That is a most ancient and noble house. That carries Wisengamot standing. That carries political weight that no one has apparently bothered to inform you of. She paused. Has anyone ever discussed your lordship with you? The Potter lordship? Harry stared at her. My what? The not quite smile again, but this time it was sad around the edges. No. Of course they haven't. She took a breath. All right. I will explain what I know. You will need all of it. She sat down in the chair beside his bed. Harry sat on the bed. And in the cold, precise light of the hospital wing, with Pomfrey's diagnostic panel still pulsing red behind them and the Scottish winter pressing against the high windows, Fleur Delacour began to explain to Harry Potter what he actually was. She started with the Potter family history, which she knew because her grandmother had once told her about the great wizarding families of Britain the way other grandmothers told fairy tales, not as entertainment but as education, as the kind of knowledge that could one day be used. The Potters were old. Not the oldest, but old enough and powerful enough that their lineage carried formal legal weight in the British wizarding governance structure. Harry's grandfather Fleamont had been one of the last Potters to actively hold a Wisengamot seat, but the seat hadn't been dissolved, it had been placed in abeyance when James Potter died, waiting for the heir to claim it. "You can claim it at any age," she said. "There is no minimum age in the Wisengamot Charter for lordship claim. The minimum age requirement is for voting, which is 17. But the claim itself, the formal assumption of a most ancient and noble house, can be made the moment the heir is identified and chooses to make it. And I could choose to make it. You could choose to make it tomorrow, if you had the right documentation and the right support." She looked at him steadily. "You would need a legal representative. A family member or magical guardian who could." "Sirius," Harry said immediately. She blinked. "Sirius Black. He is, freed. Cleared. Living at Grimmauld Place. He's my godfather, he's also the last of the Black family, and he's been very loudly furious about the state of my life for several months now." Harry paused. "He's going to absolutely lose his mind when I tell him about this. In a productive way, I think." Fleur stared at him for a moment, then actually laughed, a short, genuine sound that seemed to surprise her as much as it surprised him. "Your godfather is the Lord Black. Is he? He hasn't mentioned, well. He probably didn't think it was relevant to anything." Harry rubbed the back of his neck. "He tends to focus on the parts of our situation that are most immediately frustrating. He would have a seat on the Wisengamot himself," Fleur said. "The Black family seat. Which he has apparently never claimed either." She said it with the tone of someone discovering that two people she'd been worried about were in fact both carrying umbrellas and had simply never thought to open them. "Mr. Potter." "Harry." The name shift was small but deliberate. "The people who put these curses on you have spent 10 years ensuring you did not know what you were, what you owned, or what you could do. Does that pattern suggest anything to you?" It did. It suggested quite a lot. It suggested a level of coordinated, purposeful effort that required not just magical skill but information, knowledge of his position, his inheritance, his legal standing. It required people who knew what the Potter lordship was worth, knew about the Wisengamot seat, knew about the inheritance that would flow to the Lord Potter upon claiming his title, and had spent a decade quietly siphoning pieces of it while ensuring Harry remained unaware that any of it existed. The headache he had most mornings was starting to make a specific and infuriating kind of sense. "Someone's been stealing from me," Harry said. "Someone has been stealing from you very carefully and very systematically for over 10 years, Fleur agreed. "And someone has simultaneously ensured that you would have no stable magical bonds, no reliable allies, and no knowledge of your own legal standing." She held his gaze. "They were very thorough. They simply did not account for a pre-Yule diagnostic scan performed by a metawitch who upgrades her instruments." Pomfrey, from the far end of the ward, said nothing. But her back got slightly straighter. The hospital wing's doors opened again, and this time it was Dumbledore. Harry had seen Dumbledore look troubled before. He'd seen him look sad, and tired, and occasionally what might have been guilty, though it always passed so quickly that you could convince yourself you'd imagined it. What he hadn't seen before was the look that Dumbledore was wearing now, which was the look of a man who had walked into a room expecting to manage a situation and had immediately registered that the situation was considerably larger than he'd been told. His eyes went to the diagnostic panel. He stood there, very still, reading it. "Harry," he said. "My boy." 52, Harry said. He kept his voice pleasant. "That's the number, in case you were wondering. Madam Pomfrey found 52 active curse constructs on my magical core. The oldest one is approximately 10 years old." He watched Dumbledore's face. "Which means it was placed on me at Hogwarts, or before Hogwarts, or during one of the summers between first year and now. He let that sit. Which means it was placed on me either here, or in a place you arranged for me to be. Dumbledore looked at him, and Harry saw something move through those blue eyes, not guilt, exactly, or not only guilt. More like a man rearranging a very complex piece of architecture in his mind very quickly, trying to find the load-bearing walls. Harry, there are things we need to discuss privately. Mademoiselle Delacour stays, Harry said, without heat. Harry, my Veela crown has been activated, Fleur said, in a tone that closed doors. Under the Accords of 1743, I have an obligation to be present in any discussion directly pertaining to the curse load that triggered it. That is not a request, Professor Dumbledore. It is a legal requirement. Dumbledore looked at her for a long moment. Then he looked at Harry. Then at the diagnostic panel. He sat down in the chair that Fleur had vacated, and he looked, for the first time in Harry's memory, genuinely old. How long have you known? He asked. And even the question was somehow slightly wrong, Harry realized, because it was still framed around Dumbledore's knowledge, Dumbledore's awareness, Dumbledore's timeline. Since about 40 minutes ago, Harry said. Which is 40 minutes longer than I knew this morning. Who else knew, Professor? Because someone built 52 curse constructs on a 3-year-old child, and they had to know that child's magical signature with extraordinary precision to do it without Hogwarts's wards triggering. And Hogwarts's wards report to you. Dumbledore was quiet for a moment that stretched long enough to become an answer. I see, Harry said. Harry, please understand, I do understand, Harry said. Still pleasant. Still level. I understand that you knew something was there and made a decision about it, and that decision was not to tell me. I'm not going to have that argument with you tonight, Professor. Tonight I need Madam Pomfrey to finish her documentation, and I need to contact my godfather, and I need to figure out which 52 people or groups of people decided I was a useful resource rather than a person. He stood up from the bed. His legs were steady. He made sure they were. Can I use your fire to contact Sirius? The one in your office? Dumbledore looked at him for a long moment. Then he stood. Of course, he said, and his voice was very quiet. Thank you. Harry looked at Fleur. I'll be back. I will be here, she said. Then, lower, when you speak to him, your godfather, be exact. Don't let it seem smaller than it is to spare his feelings. The shock is useful. Harry nodded. She was right, he realized. The shock would be useful. Sirius's rage, directed correctly, was one of the most useful things he currently had access to. He followed Dumbledore out of the hospital wing and down the corridor toward the moving staircases, and he was aware with every step of the red light pulsing on that diagnostic panel behind him, and the weight that had been on his shoulders for 11 years that was finally, at 14, starting to have a name. Dumbledore's office was warm in the way that felt deliberate, the kind of warmth that was designed to put people at their ease. Fawkes was asleep on his perch, one amber eye cracked open and reflecting the firelight. The portraits were awake, watching, doing a bad job of pretending not to. Dumbledore stood near the window and looked out at the lake while Harry crouched in front of the fire with a handful of Fleur powder. Sirius, he said, into the green flames. The connection took 4 seconds. Sirius came up in the fire looking like he'd been in the middle of doing something with a wrench and a piece of broken furniture. There was sawdust in his hair and a smear of something dark on his jaw, and he was wearing a shirt that had clearly belonged to James Potter circa 1977. Harry. Hey. You look, he stopped. His eyes sharpened immediately, because Sirius Black was many things but he was not slow. What happened? I need you to listen to all of it before you react, Harry said. That's never a good opening. I know. Here's what's happened. Harry looked directly at his godfather through the green light of the Fleur. Madam Pomfrey ran her pre-holiday diagnostic scan on me tonight. She found 52 active curse constructs on my magical core. The oldest one dates back to when I was 3 years old. A Gringotts curse-breaker will need to be brought in to analyze them fully, but Pomfrey's instruments confirm they include bond-severing constructs and siphoning constructs. Someone has been magically siphoning my core's output for over a decade. And Fleur Delacour's Veela crown activated in response, which means her grandmother, the Veela Matriarch, is on her way to Hogwarts to invoke the Veela Accords and issue a declaration of war against whoever is responsible. He paused. I also found out tonight, from Fleur, that I've never claimed the Potter Lordship or the Wisengamot seat that comes with it, and that apparently I could have done both at any time, and apparently nobody mentioned this to me. He stopped. Sirius stared at him through the fire. He stared for long enough that one of the portrait subjects, Armando Dip-Pet, 3 frames to the left, coughed uncomfortably. 52, Sirius said. 52. Since you were 3. The oldest one. Some are newer. And you're, the Potter Lordship, nobody. Sirius stopped. He was very still in a way that Harry recognized, because he'd seen it once before, during the confrontation with Pettigrew in the Shrieking Shack. Sirius went still like that when he was holding something enormous very tightly and deciding what to do with it. Where is Dumbledore? Standing behind me. Sirius looked up. Past Harry. His jaw tightened. Albus. Sirius, Dumbledore said. I'm going to ask you something, and I want a straight answer. Does Harry know everything that you know? Right now? Tonight? Everything? The pause that followed was the kind that contained its own answer. Right, Sirius said. He looked back at Harry, and his eyes were very bright and very direct. Harry. I'm coming to Hogwarts tonight. I don't care what time it is or what form I have to arrive in. I'm coming tonight. The sawdust in his hair, the old shirt, the wrench, none of it diminished what was in his voice. And tomorrow morning, you and I are sitting down with the best curse-breaker in Europe and we're going to start taking these things apart one by one. And then we're going to figure out who built them. Bill Weasley. Harry said. A flicker of something moved across Sirius's face at the name. Bill is excellent. There may be reasons Bill will find this particular job complicated. But yes. Bill Weasley. He steadied himself visibly. Don't let anyone in that school move you tonight. Don't let anyone tell you that this needs to be handled quietly or carefully or privately. It needs to be handled correctly, which is not the same thing. I know, Harry said. I love you, kid. He said it simply, without sentimentality. I'll be there. More actions request aborted. Write the next chapter now. Chapter 2, The Declaration. Sirius arrived at 2 in the morning. Not through the Floo, not through the front gates, not through any of the carefully monitored entry points that Hogwarts' security apparatus was designed to log and record. He arrived as Padfoot, loping silently across the grounds from the edge of the Forbidden Forest with his paws making no sound on the frost-hardened grass, and he transformed back to human in the shadow of the castle's east entrance with the casual ease of someone who had been breaking into this particular building since he was 15 years old and had never quite lost the habit. McGonagall was waiting for him at the door. They looked at each other for a moment. Minerva, he said. Sirius. She held the door open. The hospital wing. I know where it is. I'm aware that you know where it is. She fell into step beside him, and her voice dropped to something that was not quite professional distance but was trying to be. I want you to know that I looked at the diagnostic panel tonight. I looked at it for quite some time. And I am very angry. She said it the way she said most things, precisely, without decoration, which was precisely why it landed. I have been very angry for approximately 4 hours, and I expect I will remain angry for some time. I simply wanted you to know that before you go in there and assume you're the only one in this castle who is. Sirius stopped walking. He looked at her, really looked at her, the way old friends looked at each other when they were both carrying the same weight and had just realized it. Minnie. Don't, she said, but not unkindly. Not tonight. Go see your godson. He went. Harry was awake, sitting up in the hospital bed that Pomfrey had insisted he occupy for observation purposes, his knees pulled up to his chest and a mug of something hot on the table beside him. He was reading a piece of parchment that Pomfrey had prepared, her full documentation of the diagnostic findings, written in her precise, medical hand, and he looked up when Sirius came through the doors. Sirius crossed the ward in 8 steps and pulled Harry into a hug that was not graceful or gentle, that was the kind of hug that came from finding out someone you loved had been hurt and needing to physically confirm that they were still there. Harry held on with both arms and said nothing, which was the right response, because there was nothing to say yet. When Sirius pulled back, he held Harry at arm's length and looked at him the way Pomfrey had looked at the diagnostic panel, taking inventory. "You're all right," he said. It was an assessment, not a question. "I'm all right," Harry confirmed. "You're furious." "Getting there. I've been mostly practical so far." "Good. Stay practical a bit longer." Sirius sat in a chair beside the bed and picked up the documentation parchment without asking. Harry let him. He read it the way Harry imagined Aurors read crime scene reports, quickly, systematically, his eyes moving fast and his face doing something complicated and controlled. When he finished, he set it down and was quiet for 30 seconds. "The siphoning constructs," he said. "Yeah. They're drawing from your core's natural output. Not your reserves, your output. The magic you generate above your baseline." He looked at the parchment again. "Someone has been collecting the excess magical energy produced by a growing, powerful young wizard for 10 years. His voice was very even. "Harry, do you understand what that means financially?" Harry had actually thought about this, lying there while he waited for Sirius to arrive. He'd done rough mental arithmetic. If each siphoning construct was drawing even a small amount of magical energy per day, and that energy was being converted into gold, Sirius said. Through a specialized currency conversion charm that's been illegal since 1842. The conversion rate isn't 1-to-1, it's not efficient, dark magic rarely is, but even at 15% efficiency, over 10 years, from the core of a wizard with your power level. He stopped. We're talking about galleons in the high thousands. Possibly the hundreds of thousands, if the constructs were efficient. And these ones were well made. Harry stared at him. He was aware he should have felt shocked. He found instead that the number just settled into the picture he was building, another tile in the mosaic. Where does it go? The converted gold. That's what we need Bill to find. Sirius leaned back in the chair. Gringotts maintains records of all magically converted currency deposits. The goblins are fanatical about it. If someone deposited gold converted from stolen magical energy, there will be a record, and there will be a vault. His eyes were dark. And then we'll know who. We have candidates, Harry said. We do. Sirius's voice went careful. Fleur mentioned the enabling conditions clause of the Veela Accords. Her grandmother is going to have a list. How do you know about the Accords? My mother made me memorize every significant piece of international wizarding law before I was 12. She thought it was important for the heir of the noble and most ancient House of Black to understand the full landscape of magical politics. He said it without bitterness, which was more impressive than bitterness would have been. The Veela Accords are significant because they're one of the only pieces of international law that the British ministry can't simply override. They predate the ministry's current charter by 60 years. Fleur Delacour invoking them at Hogwarts it would be like a sovereign nation's ambassador showing up at your door with a legal instrument that your own courts are required to recognize. And she's coming here. She'll be here by morning. Sirius looked at the high windows, where the sky outside was beginning to shade from black toward the gray that preceded dawn. In a few hours, actually. They talked through the night. Not emotionally, there was a time for that, Harry sensed, and it wasn't now, and Sirius seemed to sense it too. They talked about the Potter lordship, which Sirius explained with the methodical thoroughness of a man who had been mentally rehearsing this conversation since the moment the Fleur connection ended. The Potter family seat on the Wisengamot had been in abeyance since James's death in 1981. The vault at Gringotts had been accessible since Harry's first year, but the lordship claim, the formal legal document that activated all associated rights, holdings, and political standing, had never been filed. Who should have filed it? Harry asked. Your magical guardian, Sirius said. Dumbledore. Yes. Another tile in the mosaic. And the Black family seat? Harry asked. Sirius smiled, and it was the smile of a man who had been thinking about something for a long time and was finally getting around to doing it. I'm claiming that tomorrow. I've been putting it off because the Black family seat comes with a great deal of baggage that I find personally distasteful, but it also comes with a vote, and right now a vote is more useful than my aesthetic preferences. He paused. With both seats, Potter and Black, that's 2 votes on the Wisengamot. Fudge currently holds his majority by 4 votes. You understand the arithmetic. Harry understood the arithmetic. Dawn came up grey and cold over the Scottish hills, and with it came a Fleur Delacour. She arrived at the front gates of Hogwarts at precisely 7 in the morning, which Harry would later come to understand was deliberate timing, early enough to be clearly urgent, late enough to be clearly composed. She had not rushed. Rushing would have suggested alarm, and Fleur Delacour, matriarch of the Veela nation and grandmother of Fleur, had not been alarmed by anything in approximately 40 years. She was not what Harry expected, though he wasn't sure what he'd expected, something more obviously dramatic, perhaps. She was a small woman, fine-boned, with silver hair worn in a simple twist and the grey-blue eyes that Fleur had inherited. She wore deep blue travel robes and carried a slim document case of dark leather, and she walked through Hogwarts's front gates between 2 attendants with the unhurried certainty of someone who has never in their adult life been uncertain about whether they were welcome. Dumbledore met her at the gates. Harry watched from a window on the 2nd floor. Sirius stood beside him, arms folded, saying nothing. The meeting at the gates lasted 4 minutes. Harry could not hear what was said, but he could read the body language clearly enough, Dumbledore's greeting, warm and diplomatic. Apollin's nod, acknowledging but not reciprocating warmth. The document case opening. A single sheet of parchment produced and placed in Dumbledore's hands with the careful deliberateness of a move in a chess game. Dumbledore reading it. Dumbledore's chin coming up. That'll be the declaration, Sirius said quietly. She gave it to him at the gate. She didn't even wait to get inside. No. That's the point. She doesn't need to be inside to make it official. The declaration is valid the moment it's delivered to the responsible party's location. Sirius watched Apollon turn and walk calmly back through the gates toward the Beauxbatons carriage. She delivered it to Hogwarts. Hogwarts, specifically. Not to Dumbledore personally. To the institution. Harry thought about that. Because the institution is responsible. Because the institution failed to detect or report 52 curse constructs on a student in its care, which under the Accords constitutes material enablement of the attack on the Veela heir's crown-recognized significant person. Sirius's voice was deeply satisfied. She is not accusing Dumbledore of complicity. She is accusing Hogwarts of negligence. That is a much harder charge to defend against, because negligence doesn't require intent. Harry watched Dumbledore standing at the gates holding the parchment. Even from this distance, he looked like a man doing very fast mental arithmetic and finding that none of the numbers added up the way he wanted them to. Good, some part of Harry thought, and he recognized that part and didn't suppress it. Let it be complicated. It should be complicated. The meeting that Fleur Delacour requested was scheduled for 10 in the morning, in the Great Hall, neutral ground, she'd specified through her attendants, and a space large enough to accommodate the full formal nature of the proceedings. The other champions were not present. Cedric had been gently deflected by Sprout, Victor by Karkaroff. This was not a spectator event. What it was a room with 6 people in it, Apollon, her two attendants, Dumbledore, Harry, and Sirius, who had declined to be anywhere else with a pleasantness that left no room for negotiation. Fleur was there too, seated beside her grandmother, which made 7. She caught Harry's eye when he came in and gave him a small nod that conveyed approximately 4 separate pieces of information simultaneously. He nodded back. The great hall without its student population was an oddly formal space. The long house tables had been pushed back, and someone had conjured a round table in the center, Apollin's attendance, Harry suspected, which was itself a statement, because it placed everyone on equal footing geometrically. No head of table. No hierarchy of seating. Just a circle. Apollin looked at Harry when he sat down. Not at Sirius, not at Dumbledore, at Harry first, and the look was the kind that peeled things back. It lasted about 3 seconds and then it moved on, but Harry had the clear sense that she'd filed away everything she needed. "Lord Potter," she said. Sirius made a small satisfied sound. "I'm not, the lordship claim hasn't been formally filed yet," Harry said. "No," she agreed. "But you will file it, and when you do, it will be retroactive to your 14th birthday under the charter of the most ancient and noble house. In this room, I prefer to use accurate titles." She settled her hands on the table. "You have read the declaration." Sirius explained the accords to me. "Good. Then you understand that the declaration is not directed at you. It is directed at the parties responsible for the curse constructs that triggered my granddaughter's crown activation." She paused. "Do you understand why the Veela nation is involved in what might appear, superficially, to be a private British wizarding matter?" "Because Fleur's crown identified me as significant," Harry said. "And the accords treat an attack on a crown-recognized significant person as an attack on the Veela nation itself." "Precisely. My granddaughter's crown does not make errors." She said this with the calm certainty of a woman who had never entertained the possibility. When it identifies a person as magically significant to a Veela heir, that identification is as much a statement about the heir's magical nature as it is about the person recognized. Fleur's crown has recognized you. That is not a romantic declaration, it is a magical fact, with legal and political implications. She glanced at Fleur, who was sitting very straight and looking at the table with the studied neutrality of someone who had been told about this ahead of time and was not entirely comfortable with all of it. "The Veela nation protects its own. Fleur is mine. And therefore, the person her crown has marked is under our protection whether he wishes it or not." "I wish it," Harry said. "For the record." Apollin's mouth did something that wasn't quite a smile. "Good. It makes the paperwork simpler." She opened the document case. "Now. The declaration has been delivered. It names, as responsible parties, the following categories: the individual or individuals who cast the original curse constructs, any individual with foreknowledge of the constructs who chose not to act, any institution with legal responsibility for the subject's well-being that failed to detect or report the constructs. The investigation to identify specific named parties will begin today." She produced a second document. "This is an authorization for curse investigation, which grants Gringotts Bank's curse-breaking division full legal authority to examine Mr. Potter's curse constructs and trace their origins. It is countersigned by the French Ministry of Magic, which means the British Ministry cannot block or delay it." Dumbledore, who had been silent since they sat down, said, "Apollin, I want to assure you, I am certain you do," she said, without looking at him. "And there will be an opportunity for you to make whatever assurances you feel are appropriate. That opportunity is not now." She looked at Harry. "The curse breaker I have selected is William Weasley, who is currently employed by Gringotts and is in Britain visiting his family for the holiday. He is the best available and he has been contacted." A pause. "He will arrive this afternoon. I understand there may be personal complications associated with that choice." "Some," Harry said carefully. "Life is full of personal complications," Apollin said. "The question is whether William Weasley is capable of separating his professional responsibilities from his personal ones." I believe he is. If he proves otherwise, we will find someone else. Sirius leaned forward. The Black family will be making a formal complaint to the Wisingamot regarding the failure to file the Potter lordship claim on Harry's behalf. That complaint will go on record today. He looked at Dumbledore with something that was very controlled and therefore more frightening than unconstrained anger. Albus. Why wasn't it filed? Dumbledore was quiet for a moment. In the emptiness of the great hall, the silence had texture. At the time of James's death, the circumstances required, certain decisions were made about Harry's placement and care that I believed, genuinely and fully, were in his best interests. The filing of the lordship claim would have drawn significant public attention to Harry's location and situation. I believed it was safer for him to remain, unknown, Sirius said. Hidden. Legally powerless. Without political standing or financial autonomy. His voice didn't rise. That was the frightening thing about it. You believed it was safer for him to be exactly as vulnerable as possible, for exactly as long as possible. I believed, I know what you believed. Sirius sat back. I believe things too, Albus. I believed you when you told me James and Lily's secret keeper had to be someone unexpected. I believed you when you told me the safest place for Harry was with Petunia. I've spent the last 13 years in Azkaban reconsidering the things I believed on your advice. He looked at Dumbledore steadily. I think we're done exchanging beliefs for a while. I think we try facts. Dumbledore looked old again. He looked the way he'd looked in the hospital wing, like a man standing in a room where the furniture had been rearranged and he could not remember where anything was supposed to go. I am not your enemy, Harry, he said quietly. I know, Harry said. And that was the thing that seemed to land hardest, because it wasn't anger, wasn't accusation, it was just a statement of position. Harry looked at the man who had shaped so much of his life and said, I know you're not my enemy, and what it meant was, you don't get to be my enemy, because that would make this simpler than it is, and it isn't simple. You made choices. They were bad choices. And I am now going to make my own. Apollon watched this exchange with the expression of a woman who had watched many things from many angles and had learned which moments were important. She said nothing. She did not need to. The curse breaker arrives at 2, she said, bringing the meeting back to its practical center. I would like to suggest that this afternoon's session involve only Mr. Potter, Lord Black, William Weasley, and a single Gringotts representative. The fewer people present during the initial analysis, the more accurate our documentation of the findings. She looked at Dumbledore. You will be notified of the results, as is appropriate for the head of the institution. You will not be present during the analysis itself. Dumbledore inclined his head. There was nothing else he could do. Fleur had said nothing through the entire meeting. She had sat beside her grandmother with her hands folded and her back straight and her eyes moving between the speakers with the focused attention of someone studying a situation they intend to act on. But as the meeting broke up, as Apollon rose and the attendants gathered the document case and Sirius was already talking to Dumbledore in low, even tones that meant it was going to be a long conversation, she appeared at Harry's elbow. You handled that well, she said. Your grandmother is formidable. She would be pleased to hear you say so. Don't tell her, it would give her satisfaction, which she already has in surplus. Fleur fell into step beside him as he moved toward the hall side door. The Weasley. Bill. Does his family know what the analysis might find? Harry had been thinking about this since Apollon mentioned Bill's name. The answer was no, they didn't. Sirius had said the name and they'd both quietly moved past the implications, because there were too many of them and they were too large to address at 3 in the morning. The siphoning constructs, the bond-severing constructs. The magical signatures that Pomfrey's initial instrument had captured. If those signatures pointed where Harry was beginning, in the quietest part of his mind, to think they might point, no, he said. They don't. Should they be warned? He thought about it. The honest answer was that warning them might compromise the analysis, if whoever had cast the constructs knew the investigation was coming and had time to obscure the magical signatures further. But the dishonest answer, the one he didn't want to look at directly, was that he didn't know which Weasleys might warn whom, and that uncertainty said things about the last 3 years of his life that he wasn't ready to say out loud yet. "Not yet," he said. Fleur nodded. She didn't press, which he was grateful for. "My grandmother will want to speak with you alone before the analysis. She does not say so directly, she says, I would find it useful to walk the grounds before the afternoon session, and this means she wants you to walk with her. Should I be nervous? Probably. She has not been pleased with you precisely, so far. She has been diplomatic." The almost smile again. "When she is pleased with you, it is somewhat terrifying in a different way." "Great." He looked sideways at her. "Thank you. For last night. For explaining the lordship and the accords and all of it. You would have found it out eventually. Maybe. But you told me when I needed it." He paused at the door. "The crown. How do you feel about that? Genuinely. The crown activating, I mean, that's a lot of, it's a significant thing and nobody asked you." "No," she agreed. "Nobody asked me." She looked out through the stone doorway at the corridor beyond, and he could see her working out how to say something that was not simple. "I will tell you what it felt like. It felt like standing in a large room that you assumed was empty and hearing a sound from the far corner, and turning around and finding that the room is not empty. That there has been someone there the whole time, and the only reason you did not see them is that the light was very bad." She met his eyes. "I do not know what it means yet. Neither does it mean I am going to. The crown is not a marriage declaration. It is not even a commitment. It is simply an identification. My grandmother will tell you differently, because the Veela nation has very specific ideas about what the crown's identifications lead to, but that is my grandmother's view and not necessarily mine." "And your view?" "My view is that you are in significant trouble and could use a competent ally, and I appear to be available." She said it briskly, with the tone of someone setting aside something complicated in favor of something practical. "Beyond that, I reserve judgment." Harry smiled. It was the first genuine, unqualified smile he'd produced in the last 12 hours. "Competent ally," he repeated. "Yeah, all right. I'll take it." He walked the grounds with Fleur Delacour at 11:30, in the cold bright winter air that smelled of frost and pine and the distant salt of the Black Lake. She walked with her hands clasped behind her back and her eyes on the middle distance, and she said nothing for the first 3 minutes, which Harry correctly identified as a test and met by also saying nothing. When she spoke, she did not begin with pleasantries. "The most important thing you need to understand," she said, "is that the people who built those cursed constructs built them to be found eventually. Not now, not this soon. But eventually, when you were older and the damage was done." She did not look at him. "A siphoning construct that runs forever is worthless to its beneficiary. At some point the mark dies, or ages out of productivity, and the construct fails. These were designed to be removed at a specific point, probably around your 17th birthday, when the lordship claim could no longer be delayed, and removed in a way that would be attributed to your natural magical development. So that you would never know they had been there." Harry absorbed this. They were going to remove them themselves. Before you could discover them. Yes. She paused beside the lake's edge. The water was still, dark green, reflecting the winter sky. "Which means there is a mechanism. A removal key, built into the constructs themselves, that only the original casters know. And that mechanism is evidence. Evidence that identifies them." "Precisely. Gringotts Cursebreakers can extract the removal key's magical signature from the constructs themselves without actually using it. That signature will be as individual as a fingerprint. Once we have it, we know who cast them." "We know who cast them," she confirmed. "And we know, by extension, who authorized them, who benefited from them, and who turned away to avoid seeing them." She stopped walking and looked at him directly. I am going to ask you something, and I want you to answer it honestly without trying to protect anyone. All right. Do you believe Albus Dumbledore knew about these constructs before tonight? Harry looked out at the lake for a moment. A giant squid tentacle broke the surface briefly and disappeared. Yes, he said. I think he knew. I don't think he cast them, that's not who he is. But I think he knew they were there and he decided that the strategic value of leaving them in place outweighed something. I don't know what. Maybe he didn't want me politically active. Maybe he thought they were protective in some way. Maybe he just made a calculation about what was more important and I was on the wrong side of it. He looked back at her. He makes a lot of those calculations. He's very good at them. He's not always right. Apollon studied him. You are not angry at him, she said. I'm angry, Harry corrected. I'm not surprised. And when you're not surprised, the anger is a slower thing. He met her gaze. Is that a problem for the declaration? No. The declaration doesn't require your anger. The ghost of a smile, precise and controlled, the grandmother version of Fleur's not quite smile. It requires your testimony, your documentation, and your willingness to see this through to its legal conclusion regardless of the personal cost. She held his gaze. Can you do that? Yes, Harry said. Even if the investigation leads somewhere that will cost you relationships you value? He thought about the Weasleys. He thought about the magical signatures. He thought about the slow, careful way the bond-severing constructs had been layered on him, not brutally, not obviously, but with the patient skill of someone who wanted them to pass for natural emotional distance. Yes, he said again. She held his gaze for another moment. Then she nodded, once, as if something had been confirmed. My granddaughter, she said, and the word had a different weight in it now, more personal. She is very capable. She is also, the crown is new for her, in this particular application. She has felt it activate in council settings before, for political purposes, but not in response to an individual. I think she does not entirely know what to do with it. She seems to be doing fine, Harry said. She is always fine. That is somewhat beside the point. Apollon looked at the lake. The crown's recognition is not a command. I want you to understand that. Neither of us, neither the Veela nation nor I, personally, would compel anything between you and Fleur. The Accords give us authority to act on your behalf in this situation because of the crown's activation, but they do not give us authority over you as a person. She paused. What develops between you, if anything develops, will be a matter entirely of your own choices. I mention this because young men who have spent their lives being steered by other people sometimes react to Veela attention with either excessive compliance or excessive resistance, and both are overcorrections. Harry thought about this. You're telling me to make my own decision. I'm telling you that there is a decision to make, eventually, and that the time for it is not now. She turned back toward the castle. Now, the time is for curse breaking. Bill Weasley arrived at 2 in the afternoon, and he arrived the way Bill always arrived, looking like someone had put a dragon hunter in a set of professional robes and told him the robes were non-negotiable, which they were, because Gringotts had standards. The fawn earring was still there. The hair was still long. The professional document case was slightly incongruous with both, but Bill carried it with the ease of a man who had stopped caring about incongruity around his second year working in Egyptian tombs. He shook Sirius's hand. He shook Harry's hand. He looked at both of them with the clear-eyed steadiness of a Weasley who had decided where he stood and was not entertaining alternative positions. I read the documentation Madam Pomfrey sent through, he said. Before I say anything else, Harry. I'm sorry. I don't know yet what this investigation is going to find. But whatever it finds, I'm sorry this happened. I know, Harry said. You don't have to, I do, actually. I do have to say it. Bill held his gaze. I've known you for 4 years. You've been in my family's house. If something was happening to you and I didn't see it, nobody saw it. That was the point. Harry watched Bill absorb that. Can we look at the constructs? Bill opened the document case. Yes. Here's what we're going to do. The analysis took 4 hours. They worked in the hospital wing, with Pomfrey present and a Gringotts representative, a sharp-eyed goblin named Sharpclaw who said very little and observed everything, seated in the corner with a recording quill. Bill worked with the calm, unhurried precision of a man who was very good at his job doing something he found personally enraging and refusing to let the rage interfere with the precision. The siphoning constructs were identified first. 27 of them, layered in 5 distinct clusters, each cluster carrying a slightly different magical signature but all sharing what Bill called a root frequency, the underlying magical fingerprint of the caster. These 5 clusters have 5 different root frequencies, Bill said, pointing at the mapping he'd drawn on a large sheet of parchment. 5 different casters. But they share an architectural template, same construction method, same layering technique, same internal logic. They were built by 5 different people using the same instructions. Like a recipe, Sirius said. Exactly like a recipe. Someone designed the construct template. The 5 casters applied it. Bill pointed to the largest cluster. This one, the oldest, the one that dates to when Harry was 3, has a different root frequency from the others. Older magical style. More sophisticated. He paused and looked at his recording notes. Sharpclaw, I need to cross-reference root frequency 7 against the Gringotts archive. Sharpclaw looked up. That will require a formal request. I'm making a formal request. The archive cross-reference will take 20 minutes. We'll wait, Sirius said. They waited. Pomfrey brought tea that nobody drank. Harry sat on the edge of the bed and watched Bill work through the bond-severing constructs, which were a different structure, more subtle, more elegant, woven into the existing magical fabric of his core rather than attached to it. They were also, Bill noted with something moving in his expression, extremely recent. How recent? Harry asked. The most recent one is 8 months old. Bill did not look up from his work. Applied at the end of last school year. He paused. After your name came out of the goblet. The room was quiet. Someone added a bond-severing construct after my name came out of the goblet of fire, Harry said slowly. While everyone was already convinced I'd cheated my way into the tournament and nobody would believe anything I said. While you were maximally isolated, Sirius said, and his voice was very flat. Yes. Who had access to me at that point? Who could have? Harry stopped. He thought about the weeks after Halloween. The cold shoulders, the whispers, the Potter stinks badges. The way the Gryffindor common room had felt like a different country. The people who had stayed close to him. The people who had pulled away. The people who had, he stopped thinking about it, because the direction the thoughts were going was somewhere he needed Bill's analysis to confirm or deny before he said anything. Sharpclaw looked up from his notation. The archive cross-reference is complete. He consulted his notes. Root frequency 7 matches a registered caster signature on file at Gringotts. He paused with the timing of a goblin who understood the weight of what he was about to say and felt no need to rush it. The signature belongs to a practitioner identified in our records under account number 742. The account is registered to a family vault, not an individual. The family name on the account is Rookwood. Sirius sat very still. Rookwood, Harry said. Like Augustus Rookwood? The Death Eater? The family vault, Sharpclaw said, has been active for 60 years and has multiple authorized signatories. Augustus Rookwood is one. There are 2 others. One is Miriam Rookwood, deceased. The other is Erasmus Rookwood, currently a sitting member of the Wisengamot's Committee on Magical Standards. Bill set down his quill. The other root frequencies, Sirius said. He was controlling his voice with visible effort. The other 4 clusters, can we identify them? In time, Sharpclaw said. We have one identification so far. The others will require further analysis. We can complete it at Gringotts headquarters, where our instruments are more comprehensive. He looked at Harry. With your permission, Lord Potter. The title again. Harry was beginning to understand that the goblins were going to use it regardless of the legal filing status, because to them, the blood and the magic were the title, and the paperwork was just humans being inefficient. You have my permission, Harry said. All of it. Everything you need to identify every one of them. Sharpclaw nodded and made a note. Then he looked up again. I would note, for the formal record, that root frequency analysis has also identified a secondary signature on 11 of the 27 siphoning constructs. This secondary signature does not appear in our caster registry, which means it belongs to an unregistered practitioner or a practitioner who has not conducted Gringotts business. However, he consulted his notes, it does appear in the charm signature library maintained by the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, to which Gringotts has reciprocal access. The DMLE classification identifies this signature as associated with household magic. Specifically, with the subcategory of maternal bonding charms. The room went very quiet. Bill had stopped writing. He was looking at his parchment as if he hoped it would change what it said. Maternal bonding charms, Sirius said. Very carefully. Spells designed to create feelings of attachment, security, and familial obligation in the target, Sharpclaw said. Commonly used, illegally, to ensure loyalty in adopted or fostered children. The DMLE has prosecuted 7 cases in the last 20 years. He paused. The signature on these 11 constructs is not on any of their prosecution lists. It appears only in the raw database. Sirius looked at Harry. Harry looked at the wall. Bill said, very quietly, to nobody in particular, oh no. Harry breathed through it. He breathed through the specific and terrible image of a woman in a bright, warm kitchen, pressing his hair down and calling him dear and making him feel like part of something, while somewhere in the deep structure of his magic, a chain tightened by another link. He breathed through it twice. We need the full identification, he said. His voice came out level. He was proud of that. We need to be certain. I'm not, I need to be certain before we do anything with this. Agreed, Sirius said immediately. He looked like he was being very careful about what he was doing with his face. Bill, I'll do the full workup, Bill said. He was still looking at the parchment. I'll do it tonight. I'll have results by morning. He finally looked up, and his eyes were red at the edges in a way that had nothing to do with eye strain. Harry. If it comes back what I think it's going to come back, he stopped. I'll do the work. And I'll tell you the truth. I know you will, Harry said. That's why I asked for you. The words landed in the room with a weight that Bill carried visibly for the rest of the afternoon. Harry watched him pack his instruments with the careful hands of a man who needed to keep his hands occupied, and he thought about families, chosen and unchosen, real and constructed, the ones built by love and the ones built by want, and how sometimes you couldn't tell the difference until someone held a crystal up to them and the light came through the wrong color. Outside the hospital wing, the December afternoon was folding toward evening. Somewhere below, the other students were having their dinner and their normal worries, their homework and their gossip and their arguments about the Yule Ball, which was supposed to happen in 3 days. 3 days, Harry thought. 3 days ago he had been a 4th year who was tired of the tournament and trying to figure out who to ask to the dance. He was still a 4th year. He was just also, now, someone who knew what the tiredness actually was. Which was, he supposed, what you called progress. Chapter 3, The Reckoning. Bill came back at 6 in the morning. Harry knew he was coming because he hadn't slept. He'd lain in the hospital wing bed staring at the ceiling through the small hours while the castle settled around him, the creaks and murmurs of a building that was alive in ways most buildings weren't, the distant sound of the lake against the shore, the occasional shuffling of Pomfrey moving through her ward doing the quiet administrative work of a woman who was also not sleeping. Sirius had gone to the rooms McGonagall had arranged for him at midnight, but Harry had heard him pacing through the wall for at least an hour after that. Dawn came in through the high windows in thin grey strips, and 20 minutes later Bill Weasley pushed through the ward doors looking like a man who had not stopped working in 16 hours. His professional robes were creased, his hair had escaped whatever he'd tied it back with, and he was carrying his document case in one hand and a Gringotts analysis scroll in the other. He looked at Harry. Harry looked at him. "Tell me," Harry said. Bill sat down in the chair beside the bed. He set the scroll on the table between them and looked at it for a moment, then looked at Harry instead. "I'm going to show you the analysis in a minute. First I need to tell you what it means, because the technical language buries the actual thing, and you deserve the actual thing." He paused. "The secondary signature on those 11 constructs belongs to Molly Weasley." The words landed softly, which was somehow worse than if they'd landed hard. Harry sat with them. He'd known, he'd had 12 hours to know, to let the knowing settle in like cold water, to turn it over and look at it from every angle, but there was still something that happened when it was confirmed. Something small and specific that located itself in his chest and didn't move. "Tell me what the constructs actually do," Harry said. "Specifically." "The 11 she's connected to aren't siphoning constructs," Bill said immediately. "That's the first thing. She didn't take from you, or at least, these specific constructs weren't designed to take from you financially. They're a different category." He pulled the scroll closer. "They're attachment constructs. The maternal bonding charms that Sharpclaw identified, they work by amplifying natural feelings of loyalty and gratitude and belonging in the target, and simultaneously suppressing the target's independent instinct to question the source of those feelings." He stopped. "Basically, Harry, you know how you've always felt about my family. The way the burrow felt like the first real home you'd ever had, the way you'd do almost anything for my mum, the way you'd sit with the guilt of worrying her for days." "Yes. Some of that's real," Bill said carefully. "The feelings you have for my family, the things you've actually experienced with us, I believe those are real. But those constructs were there from your second year, and they were doing something to the volume of those feelings. Turning them up. Specifically the ones that created obligation and attachment and a very specific kind of loyalty that ran toward the family and away from anyone outside it." Harry was quiet for a moment. "The bond-severing constructs," he said. "The ones that prevented real bonds from forming with other people. Were applied in parallel," Bill confirmed. "Constructed to complement the attachment constructs. So while your attachment to my family was being amplified, your ability to form equally deep attachments elsewhere was being suppressed." He met Harry's eyes. "I don't know if Mum understood what she was doing. I don't know if she sat down with intent and thought through the legal and magical implications. But I know she knew these charms weren't legal, because the Ministry has published pamphlets on unauthorized attachment magic 3 times in my lifetime." "Did she do it alone?" Bill hesitated. "The constructs connected to her signature are integrated with the larger curse array. They didn't exist independently, they were built into the framework of the Rookwood constructs, which means someone either gave her the template or told her where to insert her charms into an existing structure." He looked tired in a way that had nothing to do with the all-nighter. "She didn't design the overall architecture. But she used it. She knew something was there to use." Harry nodded slowly. He was aware that he was making choices right now about how to feel, not suppressing anything, but sorting, prioritizing, because some feelings were useful right now and some were going to have to wait their turn. The grief was there. It was genuinely there, a sorrow about the burrow and the bright kitchen and the warmth that had been real and constructed simultaneously, and he was going to feel all of it properly at some point. Just not now. "Does Sirius know yet?" he asked. "Not yet. I came here first. Get him." Bill got him. Sirius arrived in the hospital wing looking like he'd slept in his clothes, which he had, and listened to Bill's summary with the stillness Harry had come to recognize as his version of maximum fury. When Bill finished, Sirius sat for a long moment with his hands flat on his knees. "The Rookwood constructs and Molly's charms are integrated," he said. "Yes. Which means whoever built the Rookwood architecture either approached Molly or she approached them, and they worked out an arrangement." He looked at Harry. "Harry. I know. We need to think about what this means for, I know, Sirius. Ron. The kids. I know." Harry looked at him steadily. "I've been thinking about it all night. Here's what I think, Bill is going to tell his parents this morning. Not because we're forcing him to, but because if he doesn't and they find out we knew first, it makes everything worse. They deserve to hear it from family." He paused. "And I'm not going to be there when it happens." Bill made a complicated sound. "Harry, you need to tell them. But it's not my responsibility to manage their response to information about something they did to me." He said it simply, without cruelty. "I love your family, Bill. I love your mum. I'm angry and I'm sad and I don't know what happens next, but I'm not going to go over there and have a screaming row about it because that's not actually useful right now. What's useful is the legal process. What's useful is figuring out the full Rookwood connection." He looked between them. "That's where the focus needs to be." Sirius looked at his godson for a moment. Then he said, "When did you get this sensible?" "About 48 hours ago, apparently." Bill left the hospital wing 15 minutes later. He walked with his shoulders set and his jaw tight and the look of a man going to do something he would rather not do but intended to do correctly. Harry watched him go and then turned back to Sirius. "The Potter lordship claim," Harry said. "Today." Sirius blinked. "Today?" "Yes. If we're going to the Wisengamot, which we are, eventually, about the Rookwood situation, I need to be there as Lord Potter, not as a 14-year-old student who everyone can speak about without speaking to." He swung his legs off the bed. "What do we need?" Sirius stared at him for another second, then smiled, the real one, the one that made him look like James Potter's best friend rather than Azkaban's most famous escapee. "A blood quill, your signature, and a ministry registrar. The registrar can be summoned. The ministry will have a very hard time refusing to send one, given the Veela Declaration is sitting on Cornelius Fudge's desk. Then let's summon one." They summoned one. It took 2 hours and 3 increasingly uncomfortable Fleur calls from McGonagall's office, but the ministry registrar, a stout, nervous witch named Henrietta Podmore who could not stop looking at Harry as if she expected him to spontaneously do something remarkable, arrived at 11 with the appropriate documentation. The signing took approximately 4 minutes. Harry's blood on the Potter crest. The binding magic settling over him like a wave of warmth, genuine warmth, not the constructed warmth of Molly's charms, something that felt like it came from the ground up instead of the outside in. The registrar's notation. The formal seal. "Lord Potter," Henrietta Podmore said, and she looked simultaneously as if she might cry and as if she wanted to write to her mother about this. "Thank you," Harry said. "Please also have the relevant department note that Lord Black will be filing his claim by end of business today." Sirius waved a hand. "Already drafted. Sending it by owl." He looked at Harry. "How do you feel?" Harry stretched his fingers. The warmth from the binding was still there, a faint pulse at the edge of his awareness, and underneath it, or around it, the familiar weight of the curse constructs, unchanged. They would not change until Bill's work was complete and a full removal could be organized. But the lordship was a separate layer, sitting over the top of everything else, clean and bright. "Like something that should have happened 3 years ago just happened," he said. "Come on. I need to talk to Fleur." He found her in the Beauxbatons carriage. An attendant met him at the carriage steps with the expression of someone about to redirect him politely, and Harry said, "Lord Potter for Mademoiselle Delacour," and watched the redirect turn into a step aside. He filed that information away about how titles worked and kept moving. Fleur met him at the carriage door. She was wearing deep blue robes today, different from her uniform, and her hair was loose. She looked at him with the directness she'd shown since the beginning and said, "The lordship claim. Done this morning." "Good." She stepped back to let him in. The carriage interior was larger than it looked from outside. Beauxbatons employed expansive space charms as a matter of institutional pride, and warm, with the smell of coffee and something pastry-related that reminded Harry sharply that he hadn't eaten since yesterday morning. She handed him a coffee cup and a croissant without preamble, with the efficiency of someone who had noticed he wasn't eating and had decided to address it practically rather than making a conversation of it. He ate the croissant in 3 bites. "The analysis found what we expected?" she asked. "And then some." He told her about Molly. He watched Fleur's face as he did it. She didn't perform sympathy, didn't rush to fill the silence with comfort. She just listened, her eyes steady on his, and when he finished she was quiet for a moment. "The Rookwood connection makes the Wisingamot action viable," she said. "An active sitting member who can be directly tied to a criminal cursory on a sitting lord, that is removable. Immediately and formally." She turned her coffee cup in her hands. "My grandmother will want to know about the Weasley piece." "I know. I'll tell her. She will not weaponize it without your authorization. I want to be clear about that." Fleur looked at him. "The Veela Declaration is targeted at the parties responsible for the magical assault. Whether the Weasley information becomes part of the formal complaint or is handled separately, that is your decision. My grandmother will work within your choice." "She told me she wouldn't compel anything," Harry said. "She meant it, didn't she? She almost always means what she says. It is one of the more unsettling things about her. The ghost of a smile. She likes you, for what it's worth. She told me this morning over breakfast in a specific way. She tells me things she wants me to know without appearing to have told me," she said. "The Potter boy has good instincts." High praise. From her, that is a standing ovation. She looked out the carriage window at the castle. "What is happening now? Today? Bill is telling his parents. Sirius is filing his lordship claim. The Gringotts analysis is running on the other 4 root frequencies. And I think," he paused, "I think I need to talk to Ron." She was quiet for a moment. "That will be difficult." "Yes. Do you want him to still be your friend?" she asked. Not carefully, not diplomatically. Just the question, direct as a spell. Harry thought about it properly. Ron, who had not believed him about the goblet. Ron, whose jealousy had created a breach that had lasted weeks. Ron, who was funny and loyal and deeply afraid of being ordinary in a family where extraordinary was the baseline, and who sometimes dealt with that fear by pulling other people down. Ron, who was also 17 years old and possibly had no idea that his mother had laced Harry's magical core with attachment constructs since 2nd year. "I want the truth," Harry said. "Whether we stay friends depends on what he does with the truth." Fleur nodded. "Then you should see him before his mother does." Harry didn't want to think too hard about why that was tactically correct, because the implication was depressing. But she was right. He left the carriage. He found Ron in the Gryffindor common room, which was mostly empty mid-morning, the other students scattered to various holiday activities or still at breakfast. Ron was sitting by the fire with a chess set, moving pieces by hand rather than by magic, which was what he did when he was thinking hard about something that wasn't chess. He looked up when Harry came in, and his face ran through 4 expressions in about 2 seconds, relief and guilt and defensiveness and then a careful settling into something neutral. "You weren't at breakfast," Ron said. "No." Harry dropped into the chair across from him. "I need to tell you something and I need you to actually listen before you react." Ron looked at him. His ears were already slightly red, which meant he was bracing for something. "Okay." Harry told him. He told it the way he'd told Fleur, straightforwardly, without softening or inflating. The diagnostic scan. The 52 constructs. The Rookwood connection. And then the part about the secondary signature, and what it had identified, and what those particular constructs had done. He watched Ron's face while he said it. Ron went through several phases. Disbelief first, the furrowed brow, the slight lean forward that said say that again. Then a kind of processing stillness, his eyes going somewhere internal. Then something complicated happened around his mouth that Harry couldn't categorize, and then his face went very carefully still. You think Mum knew, Ron said. The constructs required active application, Harry said. They weren't something you could do by accident. She might have thought she was helping. Making you feel like family. Ron. She loves you. She does, that's not the curse, she actually, Ron. Harry waited until Ron stopped talking and looked at him. I know she loves me. I also know what the constructs were doing. Both of those things are true at the same time. He held his friend's gaze. She made a choice. I don't know why. I don't know who approached who with the Rookwood connection. I don't know if she understood the full scope of what she was participating in. But she made a choice. Ron stared at him. His jaw was tight. Bill's telling them. Yes. He's probably there now. Dad's going to, Ron stopped. His throat worked. Dad's not going to be able to fix this one. Arthur Weasley was, Harry felt the particular sadness of thinking about Arthur Weasley. A man who was genuinely, uncomplicatedly good, who had loved Harry without any magical architecture supporting it, who was going to come home to something today that would break his heart. No, Harry said quietly. He's not. They sat with that for a moment. Outside the common room windows, the grounds were bright and cold. Someone in the years below them had managed to charm a snowball to chase Peeves around the clock tower, and the distant shrieks of the poltergeist were oddly festive. The Yule Ball is in 2 days, Ron said. It was clearly not what he meant to say. It came out as the thing his brain served up when it needed to talk about something manageable. Yeah. You were going to ask, you were going to sort out your partner thing. Fleur's grandmother has indicated that it would be politically appropriate for me to escort Fleur to the ball, as the Veela Declaration creates a formal recognized connection between the families. Harry paused. Which is a very complicated way of saying that yes, I think Fleur and I are going to the ball together. Ron blinked. Then, despite everything, despite the red eyes and the tight jaw and the thing that was sitting between them like an unexploded firework, Fleur Delacour. Yes. You're going to the Yule Ball with Fleur Delacour. That appears to be where this is heading. Ron stared at him. Then a sound came out of him that was not quite a laugh and not quite a sob and somehow contained elements of both. Of course you are. 52 curses and a Veela declaration of war and somehow you come out of it going to the ball with the most beautiful girl in 3 schools. He pressed the heels of his hands against his eyes. Harry. Yeah. I'm really angry. His voice cracked slightly. Not at you. I'm angry and I don't know where to put it. That's fair. Harry leaned forward, elbows on knees. Ron. Listen to me. Whatever happens with your family, whatever the legal process finds and wherever it goes, I'm not doing this to destroy your family. I'm doing this because it happened and I can't unknow it and there are people involved who are hurting me deliberately and systemically, and I need to deal with that. He paused. Your mum is, she's not Lord Rookwood. She's not the same category of thing as Lord Rookwood. But she has to answer for what she did, and so does he. Ron lowered his hands. His eyes were red. What does answering for it look like? I don't know yet. That's partly what the legal process is for. Harry sat back. But I want you to know, you specifically, Ron, before your mum tells you whatever version of this she's going to tell you, that the decision about what happens isn't coming from anger. It's coming from the fact that I have rights and those rights were violated and the people who violated them need to be held accountable. That's not the same thing as revenge. Ron was quiet for a long time. The fire crackled. The snowball-chasing peeve sounds faded into the distance. Finally Ron said, "Are we still friends?" Harry looked at him. "Are you going to decide your loyalty to your family means you can't acknowledge what happened?" Ron's jaw worked. "No," he said, and it sounded like it cost him. "No, I'm not going to do that. That would make me," he stopped. "No." "Then yes," Harry said. "We're still friends." Ron nodded once, sharply, the way he made moves on the chess board that he'd already committed to. Harry understood that they were not finished with this, that this conversation had approximately 14 more versions of itself ahead in the coming weeks and months, but that the essential thing had been established, and that was enough for today. He left the common room and was halfway down the corridor toward the main staircase when he heard Hermione's voice behind him. "Harry. Wait." She had clearly been listening from the portrait hole. He knew this because she had exactly the expression she got when she'd been listening from behind something and had decided the most ethical response was to declare it immediately rather than pretend she hadn't. "I was coming down from the dormitory and I heard. I wasn't trying to. It's all right," he said. "It's not all right, I should have," she stopped. Then she changed direction entirely, the way Hermione did when she decided a previous approach was inefficient. "Is there anything I can do?" Harry considered her. Hermione, who had believed him through every stupid impossible thing, who had pulled him through coursework and Dark Lords and a basilisk and a time-turner and a dragon. Hermione, whose loyalty was sometimes so fierce it became its own kind of pressure, but whose intelligence was the most purely useful thing he had regular access to. "Yes," he said. "I need everything you can find on the Veela Accords of 1743. The legal text, any subsequent amendments, any precedent cases. I also need everything on the Wisengamot's procedures for removing a sitting member on criminal grounds." Hermione stared at him. "You're going to the Wisengamot?" "Yes." "Harry, you're 14, I'm Lord Potter as of this morning." Her mouth opened. Closed. Opened again. "You claimed the lordship." Sirius walked me through it. Henrietta Podmore from the ministry was very moved. Hermione took a breath. He could see her shifting from concerned friend into research engine, and the transition was honestly one of the most reassuring things he'd seen in 2 days. "The library will have the Accords in the restricted international section. I'll need a note from McGonagall." She paused. "You'll get me the note?" "I'll get you the note," he said. "Also, Hermione. I need you not to say anything to Ron yet about the specifics of the Weasley situation that you heard from the corridor. He needs to hear it from his family, not in pieces." She nodded immediately. "Of course." Then, quieter, "Harry. Are you all right?" Harry thought about it. "I'm not all right as I probably should be," he said. "Which is either a sign that I'm handling this well or that I'm going to feel everything very intensely about 3 weeks from now when there's time." "Probably both," Hermione said. "Yeah, probably both." The afternoon brought the Weasley explosion to Hogwarts at around 3 o'clock, which was faster than Harry had expected. He was in the library with Hermione when he heard it, not literally heard it, but felt the change in the castle's atmosphere the way you felt weather shift, the way certain silences became particular kinds of loud. He looked up from the parchment Hermione had given him and Sirius appeared in the library doorway moments later, which confirmed it. "Bill just flood me," Sirius said. He looked at Hermione, who had known Sirius long enough to read his face. "I need to speak to Harry." Hermione picked up her books with the smooth efficiency of someone used to making herself scarce at appropriate moments. She was gone in 30 seconds. Sirius sat in her vacated chair. "It went about as well as you'd expect," he said. Molly did not deny the constructs. She explained them. "Explained how?" She said she'd always worried about your influence on Ron. That having someone famous and dangerous in her son's life created instability. That she wanted to make sure you felt attached to the family so you wouldn't make choices that pulled Ron into danger. He stopped. She seems to believe, genuinely, that she was protecting her children by ensuring you were attached to them. Harry sat very still. That's not, she had it backwards. Yes. She thought attaching you to the Weasleys kept Ron safe. It didn't occur to her, or she didn't let herself realize, that the same constructs that attached you to her family were being used in a larger framework that was doing you significant harm. How involved was she in the Rookwood framework? Bill thinks she wasn't aware of the full scope. She used the template she was given, and that's the word Bill used, given, and she didn't ask questions about what else was built around it. Sirius's hands were flat on the table. That makes her complicit by negligence rather than by direct intent. That is a different legal category, but it is still a category. Harry nodded. And Arthur? Something moved across Sirius's face. Apparently Arthur had no idea. Sirius paused. He's not in a good way, Harry. Bill said he's barely spoken. Harry thought about Arthur Weasley learning that his wife had placed illegal magical constructs on their son's best friend. He thought about the particular silence of a man who loved both the person who had been wronged and the person who had caused the wrong, and had no lever to lift either of them. He should know it doesn't change how I feel about him, Harry said. I'll make sure he knows. Sirius looked at him. You need to know that Molly is going to come here. Bill tried to dissuade her and didn't succeed. Harry leaned back in his chair. Of course she is. I can have McGonagall block her from no. He thought about it. Let her come. I'll talk to her. Sirius looked at him carefully. Harry. I know what I'm doing, Harry said. And the thing was, he thought he did. He'd been building toward this conversation since 2 in the morning in a way he hadn't fully articulated yet, but the shape of it was clear. He didn't need to scream. He didn't need to perform grief or anger for an audience. He just needed to tell Molly Weasley the truth, in plain language, without softening it. Molly arrived at 4:30. McGonagall escorted her to a small meeting room off the main corridor, because even in crisis Hogwarts maintains certain spatial courtesies. Harry walked in to find Molly standing by the window with her hands clutched in front of her and her face doing the thing it did when she was barely holding something enormous together, chin up, eyes bright, jaw set. She looked at him when he came in. Her expression crumpled for just a moment and then steadied. Harry, she said, and her voice had that particular texture it got when she was trying to wrap love around a situation and keep everything inside it. My dear, don't, he said. Not harshly. Just clearly. She stopped. He sat down across from her. He put his hands on the table and looked at her and said, I'm not angry with you the way I'm angry with Rookwood. I need you to understand that, because it's true and because I don't want this conversation to be more than it is. He paused. But I also need you to understand what you did. Not why you did it. What it did. Her throat worked. I was trying to, I know what you were trying to do. He held her gaze. You were trying to make sure I loved your family. And I already did, Molly. I already loved your family. The Burrow was the first place in my life that felt like a home, and I felt that without any magical help because it was real and it was warm and your family was kind to me. His voice stayed even, but something underneath it was not. And then you added charms on top of something that was already real, and in doing that you made it impossible for me to ever be sure which parts were mine and which parts were constructed. And now I don't know. I won't know until Bill finishes the removal work. And that, he stopped. Breathed. That is what you actually did. Not kept me safe. Not kept Ron safe. You made it so I couldn't trust my own feelings about the people I loved most. Molly was crying. Silently, with the practiced restraint of a woman who had decided to hold herself together and was doing it through sheer force. I didn't think about it like that, she said. I didn't, Harry, I never wanted to hurt you, I know you didn't. And he meant it, and it was the hardest and truest thing in the room. That's what I said. I know you didn't want to hurt me. But wanting not to hurt someone and not hurting them are different things. He leaned forward slightly. The charms were illegal. You knew that. Someone gave you a template and you used it without asking what it was part of. You made that choice. He paused. I need you to tell me who gave you the template. She was very still suddenly. The tears didn't stop, but her face went to a different kind of still. Molly, he said. I'm going to find out regardless. The Gringotts analysis will identify the architectural template's origin. It will trace it. When it does, we'll have that name with or without your help. He waited. I'd rather have it from you. The clock on the wall ticked. Outside, a gust of winter wind rattled the window in its frame. A woman approached me, Molly said finally. 7 years ago. She said she was from a support group. For families fostering children of magical legacy. She said it was common practice. Her voice was hollow. She explained it as a way to help the child feel settled. Bonded. She made it sound, she said lots of families did it. Her name. Molly's hands tightened in her lap. She introduced herself as Margaret. Last name. Vane. Margaret Vane. She looked at him. I don't know if that was her real, it's enough, Harry said. He stood up. Thank you for coming. For telling me the truth, this part of it. He looked at her for a moment longer, at this woman who had patched his school robes and yelled at him for nearly dying and sent him Christmas jumpers and powdered him on platform 9 3/4, and he let himself feel it, the full complicated weight of it, for exactly as long as it took him to stand. Then he picked it up and carried it and moved toward the door. Harry, she said. He stopped, hand on the doorframe. I'm so sorry. It didn't have any performance in it. It didn't have any self-defense. It was just the thing, raw and plain and absolutely genuine. I'm so sorry. He looked back at her once. I know, he said. That doesn't fix it. But I know. He left. The corridor outside was empty except for Sirius, who had clearly been standing 6 feet from the door for the entire conversation. Harry looked at him. Sirius looked at Harry. Margaret Vane, Harry said. Find her. That's the connection to Rookwood. Sirius pulled out a quill, wrote it on his palm, and capped the quill. Then he looked at Harry for a long moment with the particular expression of a godfather watching someone be braver than they should have to be. You all right? He said. Ask me in 3 weeks, Harry said. What's happening with the other root frequencies? Sharpclaw sent a message an hour ago. They've identified 3 of the remaining 4. Sirius fell into step beside him. One is a retired Auror named Crabhouse, no known connections, likely hired work. One is a practitioner in the Nocturne Alley Registry, also likely hired. And one, he paused, is the signature of a member of the Hogwarts staff. Harry stopped walking. Historical signature, Sirius said quickly. From an instructor who left Hogwarts 6 years ago. A defense against the dark arts teacher who lasted 1 year, which at Hogwarts apparently counts as normal. He watched Harry's face. The name on the Gringotts registry is Quirinus Quirrell. Harry stared at him. The signature matches the construct that was added in your first year, Sirius said. During the year Quirrell was on staff. He paused. Quirrell, as you may recall, was also hosting Voldemort, Harry said flatly. One of my curse constructs was added by the man who had Voldemort living on the back of his head. Yes. They stood in the corridor and looked at each other, and Harry felt something click into place in the architecture of the last 4 years, a piece that had been slightly wrong, slightly off, a persistent low-grade sensation of being manipulated that he'd always attributed to the nature of his situation and never had a specific origin for. An origin in the first year. An origin with a stutter and garlic and a turban. Voldemort was involved, Harry said. Or someone who was working with him. Or someone who was working with both Rookwood and Voldemort simultaneously, Sirius said. Which means the curse constructs on you may predate even the Rookwood connection. Someone may have been building this framework before Quirrell ever walked into Hogwarts. He looked at Harry with a directness that had become their baseline mode of communication over the last 2 days. This is bigger than one Wisengamot member with a financial interest in your magical output. Yes, Harry said. The Veela Declaration may be the smallest legal instrument we end up using. Yes, Harry said again. The castle moved around them, students passing at the far end of the corridor, a ghost drifting through the wall, the distant sound of Peeves being loud somewhere above. Normal, routine, continuous. The world that had been there before and would be there after. Harry thought about the Yule Ball, still technically scheduled for 2 days from now. He thought about Fleur in the carriage, handing him a croissant without making a production of it. He thought about Ron in the common room, making chess moves with his hands. He thought about Hermione in the library, already surrounded by books about the Veela Accords. He thought about Apollon at the lake's edge, asking him if he could see it through. He thought about a small boy in a cupboard under the stairs, dreaming about magic without knowing that someone was already counting his dreams as currency. Right, he said, for what he was fairly sure was the dozenth time in 2 days, and the word meant something slightly different each time he said it. This time it meant, I see the full size of this thing. I am not frightened of it. Where do we go next? Sirius asked. Apollon, Harry said. She needs the Quirrell information. And then we need to figure out who Margaret Vane is, and whether she's the bridge between Rookwood and everyone else. He started walking. Also I need to eat something. I had one croissant 11 hours ago. There's a house elf in the kitchen who owes me a favor, Sirius said, keeping pace beside him. Long story. Tell me over food, Harry said. Tell me everything. They found Apollon in her temporary quarters in the East Wing. McGonagall had given her a proper suite rather than a guest room, an acknowledgement of political reality if Harry had ever seen one. She listened to the Quirrell information with the stillness of someone who was not surprised but was rearranging confirmed suspicions into confirmed facts. Voldemort's involvement, she said, changes the scale of the investigation but not its direction. The question is still the same, who built the architectural framework? Quirrell was a tool. Rookwood is a node. The architect is the person we need. She looked at Harry. Your theory about Margaret Vane. She's the recruiter, Harry said. She went to Molly. She probably went to others too. She sold the constructs as something benign. That means she's been doing this for years, collecting placement points, people who've cast constructs they don't fully understand in exchange for something they wanted. He paused. She's also the person who can tell us who she reports to. If we find her before Rookwood discovers we're looking, Apollon said. The Gringotts analysis results are confidential until we choose to release them, Harry said. How long do we have before Rookwood realizes the investigation is running? He has contacts in the ministry, Sirius said. 2 days. Maybe 3. Then we file the Wisengamot petition the day after tomorrow, Harry said. Before he knows what's coming. We file it, we take the seat, and we make the motion to investigate sitting members with documented connections to criminal curse arrays. He looked at Sirius. Can we do that in 2 days? Sirius looked at Apollon. Apollon looked at Sirius. Some kind of rapid assessment occurred between two people who had both been navigating political structures for decades. We can do it in one, Apollon said, if we don't sleep. I wasn't planning on sleeping anyway, Harry said. Then, remembering something, the Yule Ball. What about it? Apollon said. It's in 2 days. The Triwizard Tournament requires champion attendance. Apollin's expression did something very French. The Wisengamot session will be in the morning. The ball is in the evening. She looked at Harry as if confirming something she'd already suspected. My granddaughter will need a suitable dress if she is attending as a formally recognized political partner rather than simply as a student. She paused. I assume she is attending with you. If she wants to, Harry said. Apollin's expression managed to convey that the question was technically correct but practically unnecessary. She wants to, she said. Harry thought about Fleur handing him the croissant. He thought about her voice in the hospital wing, I appear to be available. He thought about the pale gold shimmer at her throat that brightened when the diagnostic panel pulsed red, the two things calling to each other across a room full of adults speaking past each other. Okay, he said. One day. Let's not sleep. They didn't sleep. Apollin's legal team, two sharp-tongued French magical attorneys who arrived by Portkey at 8 in the evening and immediately took over McGonagall's largest conference table, drafted the Wisengamot petition language while Sirius provided the historical precedents. Harry reviewed every page and asked questions about everything he didn't understand, which was a lot, and learned at a rate that seemed to mildly unsettle everyone in the room who had assumed a 14-year-old would need things simplified. He didn't need things simplified. He needed things explained once, clearly, and then he was done. By 3 in the morning the petition was complete. It named Erasmus Rookwood by name, cited the Gringotts curse analysis documentation, invoked 3 separate precedents for emergency removal of a sitting Wisengamot member, and requested a formal hearing within 7 days. It was, Apollin's lead attorney said, the most comprehensively supported petition she'd filed in 30 years of practice. Harry signed it Lord Harry James Potter, and the ink dried black and absolutely permanent. Now, Apollin said, collecting the signed documents, we should attempt to sleep. A few hours, Harry agreed. And the ball, tomorrow evening, she added, as if it were a footnote. One should not go to war and to a formal event on the same day looking like one has not slept. Is that wisdom or vanity? Sirius asked her. Lord Black, Apollin said, with a composure that was its own answer, those are not opposites. Sirius laughed, a proper one, surprised out of him, the kind that meant he'd liked her against his better judgment. Harry watched them and felt the shape of things, the people assembling around him, not because he'd asked them to, not because anyone had arranged it, but because the situation had its own gravity and the right people had moved toward it. Fred and George had come to find him that afternoon, he remembered suddenly. He'd almost forgotten in the noise of everything else. They'd appeared in the corridor outside the library, both of them uncharacteristically quiet, and George had said, "We heard about Mom," and Fred had said, "We don't know everything but we know some of it," and they'd both just looked at him. He'd looked back. "You're our friend," Fred had said. "That doesn't change. We're furious at ourselves for not seeing it," George had added. "And we're going to be furious at our mother for a while. Those are both true. And you're still our friend." Harry had nodded, because what was there to say? "Yeah," he'd said. "All right." They'd left looking grim and purposeful, which for Fred and George usually meant something was going to happen that the adults in question would find deeply uncomfortable. Harry had decided not to ask. He found his camp bed in the corner of the hospital wing's side room where Pomfrey had set it up, and he lay down in his clothes, and he stared at the ceiling for a few minutes. The weight was still there, the 52 constructs, the fatigue, the sense of operating slightly uphill. Still there, because Bill's removal work would take careful preparation and several more days at minimum. But it was a named weight now. It had edges. It was a thing that was being dealt with, by people who were capable of dealing with it, with his full involvement and his full knowledge. He closed his eyes. He slept. Chapter 4, The Council. Harry woke up to Fleur sitting in the chair beside his camp bed reading a legal document, which was not something he'd expected but which somehow made complete sense. She didn't look up when he stirred. "You have 40 minutes before my grandmother wants you," she said. "There is breakfast on the table." He looked. There was a plate of toast and eggs on the small table that Pomfrey used for patient trays, still warm under a preservation charm. He sat up, registered that he'd slept in his clothes and his hair was doing something probably catastrophic, and reached for the toast. "You read the petition?" he asked, nodding at the document. "I read everything my grandmother is involved in." She turned a page. "This is good work. The precedent citations are strong. Blumenthal vs. Weisingemat, 1887, that was a removal case under similar circumstances, a sitting member connected to a criminal cursory targeting a minor. It was successful." She finally looked up. "Your attorney team is thorough." "Apollin's attorney team," Harry said. "They are working for you." She said it simply, as if correcting a misapprehension before it could settle. "My grandmother lends them but they answer to the client." "That is you." She looked back at the document. "The Rookwood section is airtight. The Quirrell connection is, that one will draw significant public attention. Voldemort's direct involvement in a decade-long financial scheme against the boy who lived." The phrase sounded faintly absurd in her accent, not mockingly, just as a thing she was examining from the outside. "The British press will not be able to ignore it." "That's the point," Harry said. "Yes. My grandmother believes that public knowledge, filed before Rookwood can move to suppress it, is the best protection." She set the document down and folded her hands. "She also believes that you understand this instinctively and has revised her initial assessment of your political competence upward by a significant margin." What was her initial assessment? "Promising but unformed." A pause. "She now says promising and considerably more formed than expected." The ghost of a smile. "For my grandmother, that is practically effusive." Harry finished the toast and moved on to the eggs. Outside the hospital wing's windows the morning was sharp and bright, frost on the glass catching the early light. The Yule Ball was tonight. The Weisingemat petition would be filed this morning. Both of those things were true simultaneously, which felt like a very accurate metaphor for his current life. "The council meeting," he said. "What should I expect?" Fleur was quiet for a moment. This was unusual, she normally had answers ready. The pause meant she was choosing words rather than retrieving them. "The matriarchal council is not a court," she said finally. "It does not render judgments and it does not punish. What it does is establish position. Political and magical position. When you stand before them, they are determining, formally, on the record, what the Veela nation's relationship to you is. What obligations the declaration creates, what protections they are extending, and what they expect in return." "What do they expect in return?" "Honesty." She met his gaze. "They will ask you questions. You answer them honestly. That is all." She paused again. "They may also ask about your intentions regarding the Crown's recognition." "Regarding me?" Harry looked at her. "What should I say? What is true?" She held his gaze steadily. "The Council does not require a declaration. They require a position. You can say you don't know. You can say you're 14 and you've known me for approximately 4 days and you're in the middle of the most significant political crisis of your life and you haven't had time to think about, whatever this is." She gestured between them, encompassing the Crown's shimmer and the diagnostic panel and the two of them eating breakfast in a hospital wing while a declaration of war was processed 3 floors below. "That is a legitimate position. They will accept it. Will you accept it?" She blinked. Something shifted in her expression, surprise, briefly, then something that wasn't quite amusement and wasn't quite warmth but was in the territory of both. "I am not the council," she said. "I know. I'm asking what you think. Not what's politically correct or what the accords require. What you actually, I think," she said carefully, "that I do not know you well enough to know what I think. I think the Crown's recognition is a magical fact that is separate from personal feeling, and that personal feeling takes time that we have not had." She looked at him. "I think you are, unexpectedly interesting." I think I came to this tournament expecting a famous, lucky, protected boy, and I found something quite different. I think I am, invested, in a way that is not purely political, in how this resolves for you." She stopped. "That is what is true currently. I cannot speak to what is true in 3 months or 6. "That's fair," Harry said. "It is also all I have to offer," she said, with a forthrightness that he was starting to recognize as her specific kind of courage, not the dramatic kind, but the kind that looked you in the eye and refused to pretend. "It's enough," he said. And meant it in the same way he'd meant it when he told her the croissant and the competent ally comment were enough, not as a consolation but as a genuine assessment. "Thank you for being straight with me." "It costs nothing to be straight," she said. "And it saves enormous amounts of time." He showered, changed into the cleanest set of robes he had that were also the most formal, which were the ones he'd bought for the first task, and found Sirius in the corridor outside at 7:30 looking remarkably put together for a man who'd also slept about 3 hours. "The petition is being delivered to the Wisengamot registry at 9, Sirius said, falling into step beside him. "Apollin's team is handling the delivery personally to ensure it's logged immediately and can't be sat on by a sympathetic clerk." He looked at Harry. "You look like you've slept." "I look like I've slept 3 hours and had a coherent conversation, which is roughly what happened." Harry glanced sideways. "You look like you've been up since 4:30. "I was writing letters." Sirius's expression had something contained in it, excitement held at a precise, managed tension. "I wrote to 3 Wisengamot members I know personally. Members who have been waiting for a significant enough reason to move against Rookwood's block for several years. I suggested that a reason might be arriving imminently, and that early positioning would be advisable." He paused. "I also wrote to Amelia Bones." Harry thought about Madam Bones, whom he'd met briefly through Sirius's contacts earlier in the year. Head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Sharp as broken glass and considerably less forgiving. "What did she say?" "She sent back a 2-word reply." "Which was?" Sirius smiled. "About time." The council chamber materialized on Hogwarts grounds at 9 in the morning, which was something Harry had been told to expect but which was still remarkable when it happened. He was standing near the edge of the lake with Sirius when the air approximately 40 meters away began to do something that wasn't quite shimmer and wasn't quite fold, more like the space was being rearranged around something that had always been there and was only now visible. A circular structure formed from white stone and pale timber, open to the sky at the top, its interior invisible from the outside. 7 seats arranged in a half-circle around a central space. Torches burning blue despite the morning light. It had been erected by Veela Magic, specifically and solely, and Hogwarts's own enchantments had simply accommodated it. As if the castle recognized something older than itself and made room out of courtesy. "That," Sirius said, "is a convocation circle. I've only read about them." He looked at it with the expression of someone who would very much like to walk around it and examine it from multiple angles and knows this is not the moment. "The Veela have been making them since before Hogwarts was built." "How old is the Veela nation?" Harry asked. "Old enough that the Accords of 1743 were a revision," Sirius said. "The original agreements date to roughly the 10th century." He paused. "Which means they predate the British ministry by about 600 years, which is partly why the ministry can't override the declaration." Harry walked toward the circle. 2 of Apollin's attendants were stationed at its entrance, not blocking, just present, which was a meaningful distinction. They nodded at Harry as he approached. He nodded back and stepped inside. The interior of the circle was larger than the exterior suggested, the standard spatial charm done with Veela elegance that made Hogwarts's own expansive spaces seem slightly pedestrian. 7 seats, as he'd seen from outside. 6 of them occupied. In the central one, slightly elevated, Apollin sat in deep blue robes with her hands folded in her lap and her silver hair immaculate, and she looked absolutely at home in a structure that had been conjured from nothing 3 hours ago. To her left, Fleur sat in one of the other seats. Harry glanced at her, she glanced back with a steadiness that said you're fine, keep moving. The other 5 council members were women of various ages, the youngest perhaps 40, the eldest ancient in the way that people who had been powerful for a very long time sometimes became, with faces that were fine-boned and still and eyes that had seen everything interesting happen at least twice. They watched him walk to the center of the circle with the focused, calm attention of people who were very good at their jobs. Harry stood in the center. The torches burned blue around him. He did not fidget. Apollon looked at him for a moment. Then she said, in English, a courtesy to him, her tone implied, though he suspected she was also ensuring the record would be clear, the convocation of the Veela Matriarchal Council is formally convened. We are met to address the circumstances arising from the activation of Fleur Delacour's crown in response to a documented magical assault upon a crown-recognized significant person. She paused. Lord Harry James Potter, you stand before this council. Do you stand willingly? Yes, Harry said. Do you acknowledge the Veela nation standing to convene this council in the matters before us? Yes. Do you acknowledge that the declaration of war issued by this council against the parties responsible for your curse load is issued in the protection of both the Veela nation's interests and your own? Yes, Harry said. And I'm grateful for it. Apollon's expression didn't change, but something in the room did, a subtle shift, the way a group of people simultaneously made a small reassessment. Several of the council members' eyes moved. Harry filed this away. The eldest council member spoke next. She had a voice like paper, thin, precise, carrying. Lord Potter. The crown of Fleur Delacour has identified you as magically significant to her. You have been told this. You understand what this means under the Accords. Yes. It is not a declaration of intention on Fleur Delacour's part. It is not a declaration of intention on your part. It is a magical recognition. She paused. What is your response to that recognition? Harry thought about what Fleur had said. Answer honestly. Give them your position. My response, he said, is that I consider it an honor and I don't fully know what to do with it yet, because I'm 14, I've known Fleur for 4 days, and I've spent most of those 4 days managing a political crisis. I'm not going to pretend to feelings I haven't had time to develop. He looked at the eldest council member steadily. But I'll also say that in 4 days she's been more honest with me and more genuinely helpful than most people in my life have been in 4 years. And that counts for something that isn't nothing. A pause. The eldest council member looked at Apollon. Apollon's expression remained neutral, but her eyes had something in them that might have been approval. The crown does not choose foolishly, the eldest said. It wasn't agreement or praise. It was an observation, carefully positioned as one. A woman in the third seat, sharp-faced, dark-haired, perhaps 50, leaned forward. Lord Potter. The declaration of war has been formally delivered. The Wisingamot petition is, as of this morning, filed and logged. She produced a document from the folder on her lap. The Veela nation has committed significant political and legal resources to this matter. I want to be direct with you about the cost. Go ahead, Harry said. Our involvement marks you. If the declaration succeeds, if the Rookwood network is dismantled, if the sitting Wisingamot member is removed, you become the person under whose banner that happened. You are 14. You are going to live a very long time, presumably, and the people you have moved against will not be the last people to move against you. She held his gaze. The Veela nation is offering you protection and political alliance at a moment when both are genuinely necessary. But political alliance is not a passive thing. It will require reciprocity at some future point, in some form we cannot yet specify. You should know that before you accept our continued involvement. Harry looked at her. Then at Apollon. Then back. I understand that, he said. And I accept it. But I also need you to understand something. He paused, making sure he had the phrasing right. I'm not accepting your involvement because I need someone to fight for me. I'm accepting it because you have legal and political tools that I don't have yet, and using the right tools for a job isn't weakness. He let that settle. When the reciprocity comes, I'll meet it. Whatever it is, I'll meet it as Lord Potter, as someone who kept his word, not as someone who owed a debt he was ashamed of. Silence in the circle. Torch blue light moving gently over the white stone. The dark-haired woman sat back and made a note on her document. The note was a single word. Harry couldn't read it from the center of the circle. He suspected it was positive. Apollon spoke again. One matter remains for the council's consideration. Heir Delacour's crown is active. Under the Accords, an active crown in the context of an ongoing formal proceeding requires the heir and the recognized person to maintain a formal proximity during the course of the proceeding. This is not a romantic convention, it is a protective one. The crown's activity signals ongoing magical resonance, and that resonance is a monitoring function. It ensures we are aware of any changes in the curse load. She looked at Harry calmly. Practically speaking, this means Mademoiselle Delacour will be involved in the events of the next several days at a higher level than simply attending Hogwarts as a Beauxbatons champion. Harry looked at Fleur. Fleur looked back at him with the expression of someone who had been told this already and was watching to see how he felt about it. That's fine with me, Harry said. Fleur's expression didn't change, but something in her posture did, almost imperceptibly, a slight settling, like a decision that had been held carefully could now be set down. The council member closest to Harry's left, a woman he hadn't heard speak yet, perhaps 45, with warm brown skin and an expression of focused intelligence, spoke for the first time. Lord Potter. I have a question that is outside the formal proceeding but that I want to ask with the council's permission. She looked at Apollon briefly. Apollon inclined her head. She looked back at Harry. How did you know to ask for Bill Weasley? It was not the question he expected. He's the best cursebreaker I know personally, Harry said. And I thought being personally known to the person doing the analysis mattered, that it meant the findings were less likely to be dismissed as external interference. The Weasley family connection complicated the investigation. Yes. You knew it might and you chose him anyway. Yes. Why? Harry thought about it. Because he's genuinely excellent at his job and he's genuinely honest, and those two things are more important than uncomplicated. He paused. And because asking someone to do something hard proves more about them than asking someone to do something easy. I needed to know he'd tell me the truth even when the truth was about his family. He met her eyes. He did. The woman looked at him for a moment. Then she made a note of her own. Hers was 2 words. The formal session closed 20 minutes later, after several procedural matters Harry mostly listened to rather than participated in, questions about timing, about the petition, about the scope of the declaration as it would be communicated to the French ministry and the British one. When Apollon said, "The convocation is closed," the torches went from blue to gold to dark in under 3 seconds, and the space in the circle felt different immediately, like a room when a meeting has ended. People began to move. Attendants materialized to collect documents. The council members spoke to each other in rapid French. Fleur appeared at Harry's elbow with the particular ease she developed of simply being where she was useful. "You did well," she said. "The question about Bill," Harry said. "That was a test." "Everything was a test," she said, without apology. "That is what these sessions are. The procedural elements are for the record. Everything else is to determine whether the person at the center is actually who they appear to be." She walked beside him toward the circle's exit. "You appear to be who you appear to be. Is that rare? In formal political contexts?" She considered. "Yes." They stepped out of the circle into the Scottish morning, which was bright and cold and entirely indifferent to Veela councils and Wisengamot petitions. The lake was very still. Somewhere up by the castle, Harry could hear the distant sounds of students, which reminded him that there was an entire world of normal fourth-year concerns proceeding in parallel to everything else. "Tonight," he said. "Tonight," she agreed. The ball. She said it as a neutral fact rather than an event. Do you want to go? She looked at him sideways. Politically it is useful and personally, I have a dress that deserves an occasion. So yes. The ghost of a smile. Do you want to go? I want to go with you, Harry said. He said it simply, the way he was learning to say things, without performance, without the self-consciousness he'd have had before all of this started. When you'd spent 2 days discussing 52 curse constructs and Wisengamot politics, the question of whether you wanted to escort someone to a dance became somewhat easier to ask. Fleur stopped walking. She turned and looked at him for a moment, not the political assessment look and not the council look, but something more direct than either. Then we are going, she said. They walked back up to the castle, and Harry was aware, distantly, that the weight he always carried felt fractionally different this morning. Not lighter exactly. More, present. More his own. As if naming a thing, fighting it directly, changed the texture of carrying it. Sirius met them at the main doors. He looked at Harry's face and whatever he saw there made him smile. Good. Good, Harry said. Then come on. Rookwood's people are already moving. That snapped the morning back into focus immediately. Harry's stride lengthened. Moving how? He's requested an emergency closed session of the Wisengamot's disciplinary committee for this afternoon, Sirius said, keeping pace. He found out about the petition, faster than we expected, which means his contact in the registry is more senior than we thought. He's trying to get ahead of it by calling the session himself and framing it as a procedural question about the validity of filing. Can he invalidate the petition? Not legally. But he can delay it. A procedural challenge can push the formal hearing back by weeks, during which the curse constructs are still active on you, the public documentation hasn't been released yet, and he has time to work the political environment. Sirius's jaw was tight. He's not stupid. He knows exactly what he's doing. Then we release the documentation today, Harry said. We don't wait for the hearing. Sirius stopped. Harry, the documentation is thorough and the evidence is clean. If we release it to the press before his closed session happens, the session becomes a public spectacle instead of a quiet procedural fix. Harry kept walking, so Sirius had to fall back into step to keep up. Who do we talk to? Rita Skeeter's been trying to get a story out of me for months. Rita Skeeter, Sirius said, with the tone of a man who has just been offered a particularly dangerous tool and is aware of its danger and is also aware that it is currently the right tool. Rita Skeeter will absolutely publish it. She'll also embellish it, Fleur said. She is, I have seen her work. She embellishes. The documentation is solid enough to survive embellishment, Harry said. The core facts are the core facts. 52 curses, a sitting Wisengamot member's signature, Voldemort's involvement. She can dress it up however she likes and the bones will still stand. He paused. Also Rita Skeeter loves me about as much as she loved anyone she's used for a good story, which means she'll be thorough because it's in her interest. Sirius looked at Fleur. Fleur looked at Sirius. He's not wrong, Fleur said. He's frequently not wrong, Sirius said, with a kind of wondering resignation. It's becoming a theme. He pulled out his wand and conjured a small note. I'll set up the meeting. She'll want somewhere private. 3 broomsticks, Harry said. This afternoon, before the ball prep. 2 hours maximum. Sirius sent the conjured note. It folded itself into a dart and shot out through the window at the end of the corridor. The morning moved fast after that. Hermione met Harry outside the library with a stack of notes she'd been compiling since the night before, thorough, cross-referenced, entirely characteristic, and walked him through the Veela Accord's precedents with the focused intensity of someone who had decided that understanding this situation completely was her personal contribution to resolving it. Harry read everything she handed him and asked questions and watched her answer them with the contained excitement of a person who has been hoping someone would ask exactly those questions. The 1887 Blumenthal case, she said. The sitting member who was removed, do you know what happened to him afterward? He lost the seat and the associated holdings, Harry said. The removal triggered an automatic audit of all financial activities connected to the magical offense. Hermione pointed to a passage in her notes. Under the Charter. The audit is mandatory. It cannot be declined or delayed. She looked up. Which means the moment the formal hearing rules in your favor, every financial record connected to the Rookwood Cursoray becomes accessible to ministry auditors, Harry said. Including the converted currency deposits. Including those. Hermione's eyes were very bright. Harry, if those records show what Sharpclaw thinks they show, it won't just be Rookwood. It'll be every beneficiary of the siphoning constructs. Every vault that received converted currency from my magical output. He thought about it. We could identify the entire network in one audit. Hermione beamed. It was the particular beam she produced when a logical chain resolved to exactly the right conclusion, a beam that contained no self-consciousness whatsoever because she was too pleased about the logic to remember to modulate her expression. That's why the petition is so important. Not just to remove him, the hearing itself triggers the mechanism. Right. Harry squeezed her shoulder briefly, the kind of gratitude that didn't need to be performed. This is excellent work, Hermione. Genuinely. She went slightly pink and immediately looked back at her notes. There's more. The Charter also has, the Minor Protective Clause. Section 14. When the primary victim of a criminal cursoray is a legal minor at the time of first offense, I was 3, Harry said. Which makes the mandatory penalties apply at the enhanced rate. She pushed a parchment toward him. I've highlighted the relevant section. The enhanced rate means that the financial penalties triple. Which means, every galleon that left my corps comes back 3 times over. He stared at the parchment. Hermione. I know, she said, trying and mostly failing to sound modest about it. How did you find this in one night? I didn't sleep either, she said, with the cheerful frankness of a person who considered this a reasonable trade. Also, the restricted international section is very well organized once you understand the indexing system. Rita Skeeter arrived at the Three Broomsticks at 2:30 looking like a woman who had received a message that suggested the story of the decade was available and had dressed accordingly. She swept in with her green robes and her quick quotes quill and her expression of professional delight and looked at Harry sitting across from Sirius with Apollin's lead attorney beside him and said, "Oh, this is going to be wonderful." "It's going to be factual," Harry said pleasantly. "The wonderful is up to you." Rita sat down. The quick quotes quill came out. Harry looked at it. "The quill stays closed," he said. "Your own notes. Everything I tell you, you verify against the documentation before publishing." He set a copy of the Gringotts analysis summary on the table. "You can read this. You cannot keep a copy. You publish the findings with attribution to the Gringotts curse-breaking team and the Gringotts representative, because if it's attributed to them it cannot be dismissed as a source problem." Rita stared at the summary. She was reading fast, her eyes moving. He could see the moment she hit the Rookwood identification, because her breathing changed. He could see the moment she hit the Quirrell-Voldemort connection, because she went completely still. She looked up at him. "This is, verified by Gringotts, filed with the Wisengamot Registry this morning, and being made available to you before Lord Rookwood's emergency closed session this afternoon, which is currently scheduled for 4 o'clock. Harry held her gaze. "If you can publish before 4, I can publish in an hour," she said. The professional delight had not gone, but underneath it was something that Harry had not expected to see on Rita Skeeter's face, which was genuine fury. Carefully banked, carefully managed, but real. "The boy who lived," she said, and it didn't sound the way it usually did when she said it. "They've been doing this since he was 3 years old." Since he was 3, Sirius confirmed. She stopped herself. Reassembled the professional mask over the genuine feeling. I need 3 corroborating statements and the name of the Gringotts representative. Sharpclaw, Sirius said. He's authorized to confirm the analysis findings to press. Fleur Delacour will give you a formal statement from the Veela nation. Madam Amelia Bones has been informed and is prepared to comment in her capacity as head of the DMLE. He paused. The third is Madam Pomfrey, who conducted the initial diagnostic. Rita looked at him. You've assembled this very efficiently. We've had 2 days, Sirius said. Harry's efficient. Harry looked at Rita steadily. I need it to be factual. Not embellished. The facts are extraordinary enough. He paused. I also need one thing from you. Name it. You leave Molly Weasley's name out of it. Rita blinked. Whatever she expected, it wasn't that. The secondary signature is not part of this story. Not yet. He held her gaze. Her involvement will be addressed through a separate process. But she's not Rookwood. She's not the architect. And she has 6 children. He paused. Leave her out of this one. Rita looked at him for a long moment. Then she looked at Sirius. Then back at Harry. Off the record, she said, that's either extraordinarily generous or extraordinarily strategic. Both are allowed to be true, Harry said. Rita almost smiled. It looked slightly rusty, as if the muscles required were underused. All right, she said. No Weasley. She stood and tucked the summary away. The story runs in 1 hour. She left in a sweep of green robes. The story ran in 53 minutes, distributed as a special edition of the Daily Prophet that appeared by owl across Britain with the kind of speed that meant Rita had it pre-written and simply inserted the documentation. The headline read, 52 Dark Curses on Potter, Voldemort, Rookwood, and a Decade of Magical Theft. Exclusive documentation from Gringotts curse-breaking team reveals systematic criminal conspiracy against Lord Harry Potter, sitting Wizengamot member named. Harry didn't read it. He trusted it was accurate enough and he had other things to do. Specifically, he was standing in the corridor outside the Great Hall at 3:30 when Erasmus Rookwood's emergency session was, by all accounts, falling apart, because several of the Wizengamot members Sirius had contacted that morning had used the story as the reason to pull their support for Rookwood's procedural challenge, and one of them had gone directly to Amelia Bones's office and formally requested that Rookwood be suspended from the disciplinary committee pending investigation. He knew this because a small piece of enchanted parchment had arrived from Sirius, who was at the ministry, that read, "Committee session collapsed. Bones moved fast. Rookwood is suspended. He's going to escalate. Be careful tonight." Harry folded the note and put it in his pocket. Ron appeared at the end of the corridor. He was holding a copy of the Prophet and his expression was the complicated one, the one that held several things at once and hadn't resolved them yet. He walked up to Harry and held out the paper. "You left Mum out of it," he said. "Yes." Ron was quiet for a moment. "Why?" "Because she's not the story right now. Because the story right now is about a criminal conspiracy and a sitting government official and Voldemort's financial schemes." Harry met his eyes. "Your mum will have to answer for what she did. But not in the Prophet. Not like this." Ron's jaw worked. "George and Fred left the house this morning," he said. "They told Mum they were staying at Hogwarts for the holiday. They didn't say it was about this, but it was about this." He stopped. "Ginny's not speaking to anyone. Dad is." He trailed off. "I know," Harry said quietly. "Percy's side with Fudge," Ron said, with the particular flatness that meant this fact was not surprising but was still painful. He fled this morning to say Fudge was briefing senior ministry staff that this was all a misunderstanding and the declaration was the result of Veela political opportunism. He looked at Harry. Does that matter? If Fudge tries to spin it, Fudge can say whatever he wants, Harry said. The Gringotts documentation is what the hearing runs on, not the Ministry's press position. And Amelia Bones is not Fudge's ally. He paused. Is Percy's going to be Percy, Ron said, with a tiredness that was very old for his age. He always picks the side that looks most official. He folded the paper. Looked at it. You're going to the ball tonight. Yes. With Fleur. Yes. Ron nodded slowly. Right. He was making the chessboard move again, the committed one. I'm going with Padma. It's not, I asked her because I panicked about the deadline, but she's actually good company. Good, Harry said. Is it? Ron stopped. Started again. Are we genuinely all right? You and me. Because I've been sitting with this for 2 days and I can't, Ron. Harry looked at him directly. When your mum applied those constructs to me, she made my attachment to your family artificially stronger. Right? He waited for Ron's small, pained nod. That also means my actual attachment, the part that was always real, the part that exists underneath the construct, was strong enough that someone thought it was worth augmenting. Which means it was real to begin with. He paused. You were my first real friend. That happened before second year. That happened before she did anything. He held Ron's gaze. We're genuinely all right. Ron breathed out. It was a long breath, the kind that had been held for 2 days. Okay, he said. Okay. He punched Harry lightly on the shoulder, which was his version of most kinds of emotional expression. Don't embarrass me at the ball. Fleur is, she is, I'm just saying, don't embarrass me. I'll try, Harry said. Ron walked off looking fractionally less like a person holding a building up with his shoulders. Harry watched him go. Fred and George materialized from a side passage with the synchronized timing of people who had definitely been waiting for Ron to leave. They were carrying something between them, a long, flat box in deep blue, which one of them held out to Harry. From Madam Malkin, Fred said. We oiled her this morning. Had to describe your measurements from memory, so if they're wrong it's your fault for being in awkward shape. Harry looked at the box. What is this? Dress robes, George said. Ones that aren't maroon. Ones that are, he gestured expansively, appropriate for a lord attending a formal occasion on the same evening he's dismantled a significant portion of a criminal conspiracy. Harry opened the box. The robes inside were dark green, deep, forest green that caught the light differently at different angles. The cut was different from standard school dress robes, more precise, with the Potter family crest worked into the collar lining in dark gold thread. He looked at Fred and George. We told you, George said. You're our friend. That doesn't change. How did you pay for? Mom gives us a household allowance, Fred said, with an expression that contained several things he wasn't going to say out loud in a corridor. We've been saving it. Harry took the box. Thank you, he said. And then, because they were Fred and George and they deserved more than that, genuinely. Both of you. Fred waved a hand with the practiced ease of someone who handled genuine emotion by deflecting it into momentum. Don't get sentimental. Go get ready. You're escorting the most terrifying woman in the Triwizard Tournament to the Yule Ball tonight and you should at least look like you knew that was coming. Harry laughed, a proper one, the second in 2 days, surprised out of him. He took the robes and went. The green, it turned out, was exactly right. He stood in the hospital wing's small mirror. Pomfrey had not discharged him officially, which meant he was still technically her responsibility, which meant she had opinions about whether his collar was lying flat, and looked at himself in formal robes that fit, with the Potter crest at his collar and his hair doing its usual thing, and he looked, not transformed, not dramatic. Just like himself, clearly, without apology. Pomfrey adjusted his collar. She did it without making a production of it and then stepped back and looked at him. You've had a significant 3 days, she said. Yeah. I want you to know that the documentation I filed will be submitted to St. Mungo's medical board as well as the Wisengamot, she said, with the calm of someone who has been angry for 72 hours and has organized the anger into useful action. The diagnostic upgrades I implemented in 1989, I'm recommending they become the ministry standard. Every school, every clinic. She paused. This should not have gone undetected for 11 years. No, Harry agreed. It shouldn't have. Go to your ball, Potter, she said. You've earned a few hours of something that isn't a legal proceeding. He met Fleur at the bottom of the marble staircase, where champions were supposed to gather before the formal entrance. The other champions were already there, Cedric looking cheerful with Cho, Victor with Hermione, who was wearing robes Harry had never seen before and looking like she'd decided that one evening of not being primarily a brain was reasonable. She caught Harry's eye and beamed. He grinned back. Then he saw Fleur. She was wearing silver-white robes that caught the light the way snow caught light, not blinding, but constant, the light coming from everywhere at once. Her hair was loose except for two small braids that framed her face. The gold shimmer of the crown was visible at her throat, not hidden, not suppressed. Present. She looked at him. At the robes. At the Potter crest. Forest green, she said, and her voice had something in it that wasn't quite approval and wasn't quite warmth but was headed in both directions. That was a good choice. I had help, he said. You should have helped more often. She looked at the crest. Then at his face. How do you feel? Like I just filed a Wisengamot petition and dismantled an emergency session and released a major press story and attended a Veela council hearing all in one day, he said. And also like I'm going to a dance. The almost smile broke into something more, briefly and genuinely. That is an accurate summary of today. Yeah. He offered his arm. Ready? She put her hand through it, and the gold shimmer at her throat brightened by a fraction, the same fraction it had brightened in the hospital wing 3 nights ago. The crown monitoring function, Harry thought. Still active. Still watching. Ready, she said. The doors opened, and they walked in together, and the great hall went quiet in the way that meant everyone had looked up at once, and Harry Potter, for days past the worst diagnostic scan in Hogwarts history, walked forward into the light and didn't look at the floor. Chapter 5, The Wisengamot. The formal hearing was set for the 28th of December. Harry found out about the date at breakfast the morning after the ball, when Sirius dropped a Ministry Owl's letter on the table beside his porridge with the satisfied expression of someone whose legal strategy was proceeding exactly as designed. The letter was from the Wisengamot Registry, official parchment, heavy cream stock, the ministry seal in gold, informing Lord Harry James Potter that his petition had been accepted for formal hearing, that Lord Erasmus Rookwood had been formally notified and suspended from committee duties pending resolution, and that the hearing chamber would convene at 10 in the morning. It also noted, in careful bureaucratic language buried in the third paragraph, that 2 other Wisengamot members had voluntarily recused themselves from all business pending a ministry review of their potential connections to the matters raised in the petition. Their names were not included in the letter, but Sirius had a list. Marchbanks and Folly, Sirius said, pouring himself tea with the ease of someone who had been waiting for this information. Both recused themselves within 6 hours of the Prophet story running. Marchbanks I expected, she's been uncomfortable in Rookwood's orbit for years but never had enough cover to move. Folly surprised me. He looked up. Both of them have clean hands, I think. Their recusal is self-preservation, not confession. But it means Rookwood just lost 2 people he thought he could count on, and it means the committee that hears your petition won't include them, which simplifies the math, Harry said. Considerably. Sirius sat down. The great hall was quieter than usual for the holiday period, about a third full, mostly older students and those whose families hadn't come for the ball. Hermione was at the far end of the table with her notes. Ron was eating steadily and pretending to be very interested in his orange juice. Fred and George had not appeared yet, which with Fred and George meant either they were sleeping or they were doing something that required not being visibly present at breakfast. Fleur was at the Beauxbatons table with two of her schoolmates, and she caught Harry's eye across the hall and gave him the small nod that had become their shorthand for "I know what's happening and we'll talk properly later." He nodded back. Rookwood filed a counter-petition, Sirius continued. Overnight. Challenging the Gringotts' analysis on grounds of methodology and questioning whether the Veela Declaration gives the Veela nation standing to participate in British Wisengamot proceedings. Harry set down his spoon. Does it? No. The Accords of 1743 are explicitly recognized in the Wisengamot's own charter, Section 7, which predates the current ministry structure and cannot be amended without a three-quarters supermajority vote, which Rookwood absolutely does not have. Sirius's tone was pleasant. His legal team either doesn't know that or is hoping ours doesn't. Either way it costs him credibility. He paused. He also filed a second challenge arguing that your lordship claim is procedurally invalid because it was filed without a properly witnessed ceremony. The registrar was a ministry employee, which counts as witness under the charter. Henrietta Podmore has already submitted an affidavit confirming her presence and signature. Sirius picked up his tea. He's throwing everything. None of it is going to stick, but it tells us something important. He's rattled, Harry said. He's rattled and he's reactive, which means he's working from a defensive position he didn't expect to be in this fast. Sirius looked at his godson. He thought he had until your 17th birthday. He had a plan for your 17th birthday. We moved 4 years early and he doesn't have a plan for this. Harry thought about that. A man who had spent 10 years constructing a careful financial architecture, who had built in safeguards and timelines and exit mechanisms, suddenly finding that the mechanism had been tripped in the wrong direction. The frustration of it, and the danger, a cornered man with resources and connections and a decade of accumulated knowledge about Harry's magical profile. His escalation is going to come before the hearing, Harry said. Sirius looked at him. Why do you say that? Because after the hearing, everything is on the record, and he can't move against me without making it obvious. Before the hearing he still has deniability. Whatever he's going to do, it's in the next 6 days. Harry picked up his spoon again. I want the Gringotts' analysis of the fourth root frequency. Still running. How long? Sharpclaw said 2 days maximum. It's the most complex signature, layered with what appears to be deliberate obfuscation work. Someone put effort into making it difficult to identify. Which means whoever it is knew what they were doing well enough to know they needed to hide, Harry said. That's not a hired practitioner. That's someone with resources and foreknowledge. The architect, Sirius said. The architect, Harry agreed. He finished breakfast and spent the morning with Apollin's attorneys going through the hearing preparation. The process was significantly more like revision than he'd expected, not going over facts he didn't know, but making sure he could articulate the facts he did know in the specific language that the Wisengamot's procedural format required. The attorneys were precise and fast and had no patience for imprecision, which Harry found he responded to well. Imprecision was the enemy. Every statement needed to be clean, supported, and attributable to documented evidence. Fleur sat in on the session. She didn't participate, but she listened with the focused attention of someone who was also learning, and occasionally slid a note across the table to Harry that was a relevant legal point he hadn't thought of, which he incorporated each time without comment. The lead attorney noticed this exchange on the third occurrence and made a note of her own. At noon, Hermione appeared with 3 feet of parchment on the minor protective clause and the mandatory audit mechanism, which she had now cross-referenced against 6 additional precedents that strengthened the case significantly. The lead attorney read it in 12 minutes and then looked at Hermione with an expression that suggested she was reconsidering the possibility that Hogwarts students were automatically less useful than trained legal staff. These 3, the attorney said, tapping 3 of the precedents. These are going into the petition supplement. What is your name? Hermione Granger, Hermione said, managing to sound both modest and precisely aware that this was a significant acknowledgement. Granger. You will be at the hearing. Hermione went slightly pink and then sat down at the table and opened her notes. The afternoon brought something Harry had not scheduled, Dumbledore. He was waiting outside the conference room when Harry came out at 3, standing with his hands in his robes and his expression doing the thing it did when he had decided to have a conversation he'd been avoiding. He looked older than Harry had ever seen him look, and Harry had known him for 4 years, and for 4 of those years Dumbledore had been the most certain-seeming person in any room. He didn't look certain now. "Harry," he said. "If you have a few minutes." "I have 20, Harry said. "I need to be back by 3:30. Dumbledore nodded. He gestured toward the corridor that led to his office, but Harry didn't move in that direction. "Here is fine," Harry said. Dumbledore looked at him for a moment. Then he nodded again, and they moved to the window at the corridor's end, which looked out over the eastern grounds. "I have been thinking carefully," Dumbledore began, with the paced deliberateness of a man who has rehearsed this, "about what I should say to you. And I find that the more carefully I think about it, the fewer words I have." He paused. "That is not evasion. It is the truth. The things I could offer, explanation, context, the reasons behind the decisions I made, they don't change what those decisions led to. And I find that I keep reaching for explanation and then, stopping. Because I know the difference between explanation and accountability," Harry said. "Yes." Dumbledore looked out the window. The grounds were quiet, frost-white, the lake dark against the pale landscape. "I knew the wards were showing anomalous magical readings around you from your second year. I chose to interpret them as residual effects of the events of your first year." The chamber. Quirrell. He stopped. "I chose to interpret them that way because the alternative was an investigation that would have revealed things I was not ready to act on." Harry was very still. "What things?" "The siphoning constructs were pulling from your core in a way that, the wards showed the draw, Harry. A slow, continuous draw from a student's magical core. I knew it was there." He finally looked at Harry directly. "I told myself it was a natural consequence of your unique magical situation. Of the protection your mother's sacrifice had created, maintaining itself by drawing slightly on your available energy." He paused. "I knew that was not an adequate explanation. I chose it anyway." The corridor was very quiet. "Because investigating it would have led to Rookwood," Harry said. "And Rookwood leads to the Ministry, and the Ministry was already fragile enough that you were afraid of what happened if you started pulling threads." Dumbledore was quiet for a moment. "That was part of it. What was the other part?" A longer pause. "You were safer," Dumbledore said, and his voice was very quiet, "if you didn't know. If you remained, uncomplicated. Without political standing, without legal autonomy, without the knowledge of what you were. A boy who would do what needed to be done because he didn't know he had alternatives." He stopped. "I am not defending this. I am telling you what I thought." Harry looked at him. He looked at this man, brilliant, genuinely good in the deep sense that ran all the way down, and profoundly, fundamentally certain that his ability to see the larger picture justified every smaller piece he moved without asking. "The war," Harry said. "The war with Voldemort. You've always had a plan for that." "Yes. I'm in the plan." "Yes. As what?" Dumbledore didn't answer. He looked out the window, and in the quality of that silence was an answer that was worse than anything he could have said. Harry breathed through it. He breathed through the specific shape of what that silence contained, the prophecy he knew existed, had heard whispers of, had always felt at the edges of things without seeing it directly. The plan that required a particular Harry Potter in a particular condition at a particular moment. After the hearing, Harry said, "I want to know everything. The prophecy, the plan, all of it. Not because you decide it's time, because I'm asking." He turned from the window. "I'm not going to be a piece on your board, Professor. I'll fight Voldemort. I'll do it because he's evil and because people I love are in danger and because it's the right thing to do. But I'll do it as myself, with full knowledge, making my own choices. He met Dumbledore's eyes. "If you can accept that, we can work together." "If you can't, I can accept that," Dumbledore said. It came out quietly and absolutely, with none of the hesitation Harry had been bracing for. As if he'd been waiting, for longer than Harry realized, for someone to draw this particular line. Harry nodded. "After the hearing," he said again. He went back to the conference room. The 6 days before the hearing were the strangest period Harry had ever lived through, and he had once spent a year being periodically possessed by a fragment of Voldemort's soul via a diary, so the competition was significant. The castle ran on 2 tracks simultaneously. On one track, the normal post-Yule holiday atmosphere, students sleeping late, eating too much, playing exploding Snap in the common rooms, the Beauxbatons and Durmstrang contingents mixing with the Hogwarts students in ways that the formal tournament structure had never quite managed. Fleur's 2 schoolmates had apparently decided that Harry was interesting and took to appearing at meals, asking him questions in rapid French that Fleur translated with the brisk efficiency of someone managing a cultural exchange program that she had not volunteered for. Victor Carm found Harry in the library on the 4th day and sat across from him and said nothing for 5 minutes before saying, "The petition. I am reading about it. In Bulgarian papers." "Yeah." Harry looked up from his legal preparation notes. "My country has similar, there are families in Bulgaria who do similar things. To magical children who are inconvenient." Victor's voice was measured and careful and had a weight in it. "It is good that you fight it." "Thanks," Harry said. "If you need, I have political contacts in the Bulgarian ministry." "My family is," Victor paused, choosing English words with visible effort. "Known. If international pressure is useful." Harry looked at him. Victor Carm, who had been his opponent in the tournament for 4 months and had across all of that time been almost entirely straightforward, which was rarer than it should have been. "I'll keep it in mind," Harry said. "Thank you. Genuinely." Victor nodded and went back to his own book with the manner of a man who'd said what he needed to say and didn't require elaboration. On the 2nd track, everything was moving fast. The 4th root frequency came back from Gringotts' analysis on the 3rd day, and Sharpclaw delivered the result to Harry personally, which was itself a statement. The signature belonged to a currently practicing British witch named Margaret Vane, born 1951, registered with the British Ministry of Magic under the categories of domestic enchantments and household charms. No criminal record. No Wisengamot connections, officially. A practitioner so thoroughly unremarkable on paper that she had clearly spent considerable effort becoming unremarkable on paper. She was also cross-referenced against property records that Sirius had obtained through his family's ancient and technically extra-legal connections to the Black Vault's archived intelligence network, a long-term occupant of a property in Wiltshire that the Rookwood family had owned since 1923. "She lives on Rookwood property," Sirius said. "She's not a recruit," Harry said. "She's staff." "She designed the architectural template," Sharpclaw confirmed. "Her signature is in the foundational layer of every one of the 27 siphoning constructs. She is the architect." Harry thought about Molly, sitting across from a woman who had introduced herself as a support group contact, who had provided the charms and the template and the comfortable lie that made them easier to apply. A woman who was not a random contractor but was Rookwood's embedded specialist, placed precisely to expand the reach of the construct network by recruiting people who would never see themselves as criminals. "She's how he scales it," Harry said. "Rookwood can't curse every child himself. She recruits the placement points, the mollies, the people who want something and are willing to use magic they know is slightly wrong but have been told is harmless." He looked at Sirius. "How many others do you think there are?" Sirius met his eyes. "That is the question that Amelia Bones is currently very interested in." The Ministry of Magical Law Enforcement had opened a formal investigation 2 days after the Prophet story ran. Bones had moved with the decisive efficiency of someone who had been waiting for adequate pretext, and the investigation had already interviewed 12 people and issued 3 apparition restrictions. Harry knew this because Bones had sent him a brief, direct letter that said, "Investigation proceeding." Do not concern yourself with our end. Focus on the hearing. Bones. He focused on the hearing. The night before the 28th, Sirius sat with him in the hospital wing after everyone else had gone, and they ran through the procedure one final time, not because Harry needed it but because it was the kind of preparation that was its own form of steadying. You walk in as Lord Potter, Sirius said. You take the Potter seat, it's on the left side of the chamber, 7 rows up, 3rd from the aisle. You'll see it because it'll have the Potter crest on the back. You sit. You do not speak until the presiding member calls you. He paused. I'll be in the black seat, directly across. You can see me from yours. And Apollon? The Veela nation's representation sits in the diplomatic gallery. She has speaking rights under the Accords, but she uses them at her own discretion. Sirius looked at him. She told me this morning that she intends to let you carry the session. I thought she would, Harry said. She said, and I'm quoting here, because the phrasing was specific, that, the boy has earned the floor and will use it better than anyone I could send in his place. Sirius paused. She then said that if you make any procedural errors she will intervene immediately, which is also a form of confidence. Harry smiled. Fair. Sirius was quiet for a moment. The hospital wing was warm, the enchanted lanterns low, Pomfrey's steady administrative presence somewhere at the ward's far end. James would have been, your dad would have, he stopped. Started again. He would have been absolutely furious about all of this. In the best way. He'd have been at the ministry the moment the scan results came back, kicking down doors. He paused. And then when the doors were down he'd have deferred to you. Because that's the thing people forget about James, he was loud and he was reckless, but he knew when to step back and let someone handle their own fight. He looked at his hands. He'd have been so proud of you, Harry. Harry sat with that for a moment. He let it in, the way he'd been learning to let things in, not at arm's length, not processed immediately into something practical, but actually in. Tell me about him, Harry said. Tonight. Not the important stuff. Just, what was he like on a normal day? So Sirius told him. He told him about James Potter on a Tuesday in 6th year, the way he ate, the specific pitch of his laugh, the fact that he was genuinely terrible at potions but refused to admit it and always blamed the cauldron, the way he talked to people as if he'd known them for years whether he had or not. He talked for an hour and Harry listened, and it was the most normal thing that had happened in 10 days, and it was exactly what both of them needed. The Ministry of Magic on the morning of the 28th was cold and enormous and smelled like parchment and flue smoke and the particular anxiety of people who worked in a building where significant things happened regularly and had developed a complicated relationship with significance as a result. Harry arrived with Sirius at 9:45. They came through the visitors' entrance on the street level and walked through the atrium with the unhurried pace of people who had somewhere specific to be and didn't need to advertise it. Several ministry employees turned to look as they passed. A few moved out of the way with the instinctive courtesy that the presence of an unexpected lord sometimes generated. He was wearing the green robes again. The Potter crest at his collar. The Wisengamot chamber was 7 levels below the atrium, accessed by a dedicated lift that Sirius had used before and navigated without hesitation. They stepped out into a circular antechamber with deep blue walls and enchanted windows that showed a simulated outdoor view. Someone had decided at some point that the underground chamber would benefit from the illusion of windows, which Harry found faintly endearing. Apollon and her attorneys were already there. She looked at Harry when he came in, ran the 3-second assessment, and said, "You're ready." "Yes," he said. "Rookwood arrived 20 minutes ago. He has 4 legal representatives and a character witness." "A character witness," Sirius said. "Lord Oswald Avery," Apollon said, without inflection. Sirius's expression went through several things. Avery, whose son was a Death Eater. The same. "Wonderful choice," Sirius said, and his voice had the tone it got when something was simultaneously infuriating and strategically useful. "He just handed us the Voldemort connection in person. Hermione appeared from behind Apollin's attorneys with 3 pages of notes and the look of someone who had been there since 9. The presiding member is Griselda Marchbanks, she said immediately. She recused herself from the committee, but she has hearing authority as a senior member. She's known for procedural precision and significant impatience with obstructive legal tactics. She handed Harry one of the pages. Her notable decisions are summarized there. The 3 most important for our purposes are highlighted. Harry scanned the highlights. Marchbanks had ruled twice in favor of petitioners against sitting members and once in favor of a sitting member against a petition, and the distinguishing factor across all 3 was documentary rigor. She ruled with the evidence, consistently, without sentiment. Good, Harry said. He handed the page back. Thank you, Hermione. The chamber doors opened at 9:58, 2 minutes early, which Harry took as a sign that Marchbanks was exactly as impatient with delay as her record suggested. The Wisingamot chamber was not what Harry had imagined. He'd imagined something like a courtroom, rows of seats facing a central floor, a raised bench for presiding members. What it actually was circular, tiered, the seats arranged in concentric semicircles around a central speaking area that was not elevated but was clearly the room's focus by virtue of its isolation. 300 seats in total, not all occupied. The December date meant many members were absent on holiday, and the petition had been filed on an expedited basis, which hadn't given absent members time to return. Perhaps 120 members were present. Enough. Harry found the Potter seat. It was where Sirius had said, left side, 7 rows up, 3rd from the aisle. The Potter crest worked into the chair back in old gold thread that had faded with time. He sat in it, and the chair settled beneath him with a faint warmth that was purely magical, the seat recognizing the body it had been waiting for. Across the chamber, he could see Sirius in the black seat, which was directly opposite on the right side, and Sirius met his eyes immediately and gave him the smallest nod. In the diplomatic gallery above, Apollon sat with absolute stillness. 3 rows below Harry and to his left, Erasmus Rookwood sat with his 4 legal representatives arranged around him like fortifications. He was a large man, 60s, with the kind of face that had been handsome in youth and had settled into something heavy and composed with age. He was wearing Wisingamot robes in deep burgundy, and he was holding a quill with the relaxed grip of someone who expected to be taking notes rather than defending himself. He did not look at Harry. This was, Harry recognized, also a statement. Griselda Marchbanks arrived at precisely 10, which meant she had been waiting outside the door for the last 90 seconds. She was ancient and bird-boned and moved to the presiding member's seat at the chamber's center with the specific efficiency of someone who had been doing this for 60 years and had opinions about every second wasted. She sat. She looked out at the chamber. Her eyes found Harry. They lingered for exactly 2 seconds. Then they moved on. The Wisingamot is convened, she said, and her voice was louder than her body should have been able to produce, amplified by the chamber's acoustic enchantments. We are met to hear petition 774A, filed by Lord Harry James Potter of the House of Potter, a most ancient and noble house, against Lord Erasmus Rookwood, sitting member, on grounds of criminal conspiracy, deliberate magical assault on a minor, and violation of the Wisingamot Charter's ethical conduct provision. She set a document on the desk before her. The petition has been accepted by the registry. The counter-petition filed by Lord Rookwood has been reviewed and dismissed on 3 of 4 grounds. The 4th ground, the methodological challenge to the Gringotts analysis, will be addressed during proceedings. She looked between Harry and Rookwood with the expression of someone who had seen every variety of this kind of situation and was not impressed by the scale of it. Lord Potter, you are the petitioner. You have the floor. Harry stood. He walked down to the central speaking area. His footsteps were very quiet in the chamber. 120 pairs of eyes tracked him across the floor. He stood in the center of the chamber. He did not use notes. On the 14th of December, he said, Madam Pomfrey conducted a routine diagnostic scan at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. The scan identified 52 active curse constructs layered on my magical core. Subsequent analysis by Gringotts cursebreaker William Weasley and Gringotts representative Sharpclaw identified those constructs as a criminal curse array designed to siphon my magical output and convert it to currency, while simultaneously preventing the formation of genuine magical bonds. He paused, not for effect but for breath, letting each piece land cleanly. The analysis identified 5 distinct root frequencies within the array. One of those frequencies was matched by the Gringotts archive to the Rookwood family vault, specifically to the authorized signatory Erasmus Rookwood. He looked across the chamber at Rookwood, who had not moved. The oldest construct bearing that frequency is 10 years old. I was 4 when it was placed. A sound moved through the chamber. Not dramatic, more like the collective sound of 120 people adjusting their relationship to the information they just received. The Gringotts analysis documentation has been submitted to the registry in full, Harry continued. It includes currency conversion records showing deposits to the Rookwood family vault totaling, as of the analysis date, 63,417 galleons and 8 sickles. He let the number sit for a moment. The analysis also identified a root frequency matching a first-year construct to the late Quirinus Quirrell, a defense against the dark arts instructor at Hogwarts during the academic year 1991 to 1992. As the chamber may be aware, Quirrell was at that time hosting Voldemort. He paused. The connection between Quirrell and Lord Rookwood is documented in correspondence recovered from the Rookwood family archive by Gringotts under the authorization of the Veela Declaration investigation. Rookwood's composure shifted. A fraction, a slight tightening at the jaw. Harry saw it from across the room. I'm 14 years old, Harry said. I've been in the wizarding world for 4 years. In that time I've faced a basilisk, a Dementor attack, a possessed defense teacher, and a Triwizard tournament that I did not enter. I've been carrying 52 curse constructs for 11 of those 14 years, and nobody told me. He looked out at the chamber, not performing the emotion in it but not hiding it either. I'm not asking for sympathy. I'm asking for accountability. The documentation before this chamber is clean, verified, and independently corroborated. I am asking that Lord Rookwood's seat be suspended pending full investigation, that the mandatory audit provision of the Charter's minor protective clause be immediately activated, and that the full network of construct placements be investigated and every beneficiary identified. He paused one final time. I've listed everything I want in the written petition. Those are my opening remarks. He walked back to the Potter seat and sat down. Marchbanks looked at him for a moment. Then she looked at Rookwood's table. Lord Rookwood. Response. Rookwood's lead legal representative stood. She was a thin woman with silver hair and the expression of someone who was very good at her job and had been given a genuinely difficult job to do, and she knew it. The petition is based on analysis produced by a Gringotts team under authorization from a foreign magical entity, she began. The Veela Declaration's authority to compel Gringotts' investigation is, Section 7, Marchbanks said. The attorney paused. I beg your pardon. Section 7 of the Wisingdomot Charter. Page 14 of your petition response, which I have read. Marchbanks looked at her with the expression of a woman who had anticipated this argument and declined to find it interesting. The Veela Accords are explicitly recognized in Section 7. The Declaration provides valid authorization. That challenge is dismissed. She looked at the attorney. Next. The attorney absorbed this without visible reaction, which was professional. The minor protective clause requires that the victim be a minor at the time of the first offense. Lord Potter was 4 years old at the time of the first documented construct. However, the filing of the petition occurs during his 14th year, which is entirely irrelevant, Hermione said from the gallery. Every head in the chamber turned. Marchbanks looked up at the gallery where Hermione was sitting with her 3 pages of notes and the expression of someone who had just been pushed past a certain point. The minor protective clause applies at the time of first offense, Hermione said, with the clear, carrying voice of someone who had been a Hogwarts student for 4 years and had learned to speak up in rooms that were not expecting her to. The petitioner's current age is irrelevant to the clause's triggering condition. Section 14, Paragraph 3. The enhanced penalty rate shall apply in any case where the primary victim was a minor at the commencement of the criminal activity, regardless of the victim's age at the time of petition. She paused. I can cite the Blumenthal precedent of 1887 if helpful. Marchbanks looked at Hermione for a moment. And you are? Hermione Granger. 4th year, Gryffindor, Hogwarts. Miss Granger, you are in the public gallery and not a party to these proceedings. I'm aware, Hermione said. I apologize for speaking out of order. The error was, factually correct, Marchbanks said. She looked back at the attorney. The minor protective clause applies. The enhanced rate stands. She paused. The Blumenthal precedent is accurate, for the record. Rookwood's attorney took a breath and moved on. The remaining challenges were procedural, increasingly thin, and met each time by Marchbanks with the brisk efficiency of someone clearing a table. Harry sat in the Potter's seat and watched and was aware of Sirius across the chamber, still and steady. Aware of Apollon in the gallery above, motionless as stone. Aware of the 120 members around him, some of whom had arrived in the chamber as Rookwood's neutral observers and were visibly, measurably becoming something else as the session progressed. When the attorney finished, Marchbanks looked at the chamber. Before I call for testimony from the petitioner's supporting witnesses, I will hear Lord Rookwood directly. This is standard procedure. She looked at Rookwood. Lord Rookwood. Rookwood stood. He was a careful man. Harry had known this since Sharpclaw first said his name, careful, intelligent, the kind of intelligent that spent decades building something and understood that the building required patience. He looked out at the chamber with the composure of someone who was not panicking, had decided exactly what to say, and was going to say it with the confidence of a man who had survived political difficulties before. I have been a member of this chamber for 31 years, he said. In that time I have served on 11 committees, authored or co-authored 47 pieces of legislation, and contributed to the governance of this community through periods of significant difficulty. He paused. The petition before this chamber is based on analysis produced by parties with a financial and political interest in its outcome. The Veela nation has sought for 2 centuries to extend its political influence into British wizarding governance, and this declaration is that effort wearing different clothes. He looked at Harry. Lord Potter is a young man who has been, in my assessment, persuaded by powerful interests to lend his name and his considerable public profile to a political maneuver. He looked back at the chamber. I ask this body to look carefully at the analysis before accepting it, to consider who benefits from this petition's success, and to remember that 31 years of service count for something in this chamber. He sat down. Harry sat in the Potter seat and felt something that was not anger, exactly, but was the cold, focused cousin of anger, the feeling of being accurately seen and deliberately misrepresented simultaneously. Marchbanks said, Lord Potter, you may respond. Harry stood. He walked back to the center. He looked at Rookwood across the space between them. 63,417 galleons, he said. That's not a political maneuver. That's the amount that left my magical core and went into a vault with your name on it. The Gringotts archive has the conversion records, dated, time-stamped, traceable to each individual construct. He looked at the chamber, not just at Rookwood. If you want to argue that Gringotts has a financial and political interest in this outcome, you're welcome to do that. I'd be curious what you think their motive is for fabricating documentation of currency conversion into their own banking systems. He paused. I've heard a lot about Lord Rookwood's 31 years of service this morning. I've heard nothing about 63,000 galleons in my vault's currency conversion records. I'd like to hear about that. A murmur through the chamber. Not loud, the Wisingamot had dignity about noise, but distinct. Testimony, Marchbanks said. We will hear from Sharpclaw of Gringotts first. Sharpclaw testified for 45 minutes with the precise, measured confidence of a goblin who had prepared testimony before and was not intimidated by the room. He described the analysis methodology, the frequency identification, the currency conversion records, and the architectural template in language that was technical and completely clear, and when Rookwood's attorney cross-examined him she made no progress whatsoever because Sharpclaw had anticipated every question and had documentation for every answer. Pomfrey testified next. Brief, factual, clinical, devastating. The diagnostic scan, the readings, the instrument methodology, the decision to contact the headmaster, the timeline. Then Bill Weasley. He sat in the testimony chair with the composure of a professional and the specificity of a man who had spent 6 days doing some of the most difficult curse analysis work of his career, and he described each of the 52 constructs with a precision that made the room very quiet. Rookwood's attorney tried twice to suggest that Bill's relationship to Harry constituted a conflict of interest. Marchbanks dismissed it both times on the grounds that Bill's findings were independently corroborated by Gringotts records, and that correlation between testimony and documentation indicated accuracy rather than bias. Amelia Bones testified last, in her capacity as DMLE head, confirming the ongoing investigation, the preliminary findings that connected Margaret Vane to the Rookwood property in Wiltshire, and the 3 interviews already conducted with individuals who had been given the attachment charm template by Vane. She was precise, powerful, and had the air of someone who was going to keep pulling this thread until it unraveled completely regardless of what happened in this chamber today. When she finished, Marchbanks looked at the chamber. "We will recess for 20 minutes, she said. "Members will then vote on the petition." Harry went back to his seat. Sirius crossed the chamber to him during the recess, and stood beside the Potter's seat with his arms folded, and said nothing, which was exactly right. Rookwood, across the room, was in close conversation with his attorneys. His composure was still there, it was genuine, Harry thought, not performed. This was a man who had been in difficult positions before and had always found the exit. The exits were being closed, but Rookwood had not yet stopped looking for one. He looked at Harry once. Directly, across the chamber. It was a specific look, not threatening, not pleading. Assessing. Like a man revising his understanding of a variable. Harry looked back at him without expression. Rookwood looked away first. When the chamber reconvened and Marchbanks called the vote, Harry counted. He had always been good at arithmetic when it mattered. Of the 120 members present, 68 voted to accept the petition immediately, suspend Rookwood's seat and activate the mandatory audit. 19 voted against. 33 abstained. 68 was not unanimous. It was not even a large majority. But it was a majority, and in the Wisengamot a majority was the only number that mattered. Marchbanks said, "The petition is accepted. Lord Rookwood's seat is suspended pending the outcome of the DMLE investigation and the mandatory audit. The Gringotts audit team will be formally impaneled within 48 hours. She looked at Harry. "Lord Potter, the Chamber thanks you for your petition and notes that the manner in which it was prepared and presented reflects well on the House of Potter." It was, Harry understood, the Wisengamot's version of Fleur Delacour's good instincts. Restrained, formal, and absolutely meant. "Thank you," Harry said. Rookwood stood before Marchbanks formally suspended the session. His attorneys had gathered their documents with the efficient unhappiness of professionals who had just professionally lost. He looked at the chamber once, and then he looked at Harry, and what was in his face for that 1 second was not fury and not defeat but something closer to genuine interest, the look of a man who had spent 30 years underestimating a resource and was only now fully registering what it actually was. Then he walked out, and his attorneys followed, and the chamber began to move and murmur and become a room of people again rather than a formal body. Sirius put his hand on Harry's shoulder. One firm grip and release. Apollon appeared from the gallery with her attorneys behind her and walked across the chamber floor to Harry with the unhurried pace of someone who had been certain of the outcome for 6 days and was simply completing the formality of being present for it. She stopped in front of him. "The declaration remains active," she said. "Until the investigation is complete and every beneficiary has been identified, the Veela Nation's protection extends to you." She paused. This was the first move. There will be others. I know, Harry said. Rookwood will not accept this quietly. I know that too. She studied him for a moment. Then she said, with the precision of someone who did not produce these statements casually, "You did well today, Lord Potter. James Potter would be pleased." Harry looked at her. "You knew my father?" "Briefly. In 1979, at an international conference on magical governance. He was 20, brash, and entirely certain of himself in every room he walked into." She paused. "You are considerably more measured. But the certainty is the same." She glanced toward the chamber doors. "Go. Your godfather is trying to contain his pride by standing very still and failing." Harry looked. Sirius was, in fact, standing very still and doing it extremely badly. He went to him, and Sirius gripped his shoulder again and this time didn't let go immediately, and said, "Come on. Hermione is waiting outside with 17 pages of notes and Fred and George have apparently done something at Honeyduke's in celebration that we probably need to contain before the ministry hears about it." Harry laughed. It was the third genuine one in 10 days, which was not a record but felt like the beginning of something. They walked out of the chamber together, and the lift doors opened, and they rose up through 7 floors of ministry corridors, and Harry Potter emerged into the atrium of the Ministry of Magic as Lord Potter, with the Potter seat warm behind him and the mandatory audit running and 52 chains beginning, very slowly, to come loose. Chapter 6, After the Fire. The curse removal took 3 days. Bill worked in the hospital wing with 2 Gringotts specialists who arrived on the 30th of December with a crate of instruments and the professional focus of people who had been briefed on the complexity of the job and were not going to let the complexity defeat them. Harry sat in the bed each morning at 7 and submitted to the process with the patience of someone who understood exactly what was being undone, which made the patience genuine rather than performed. The removal itself was not painful in any dramatic way. It was more like the feeling of having a splinter drawn out, each construct coming loose with a small, precise sensation that was more relief than hurt, a tiny unwinding, a thread releasing tension it had held so long the holding had become invisible. The first morning they cleared 11 constructs and Harry sat up afterward and breathed and said nothing for a full minute. "Different?" Bill asked. "Everything's louder," Harry said. He meant it literally. The ambient magic of the hospital wing was more present, the castle's enchantments more audible in the way that magic was audible to people who could feel it. Like a volume dial turned up one precise notch. "That's my core's output coming back." "The siphons are gone," Bill said. "What you're feeling is what you've always produced, without the drain." Harry sat with that. He thought about his first year, the ease of spells, the natural way magic had felt when it was new and he hadn't yet had years of slow depletion to compare it against. He thought about the growing difficulty since then, the headaches, the sense of cost. He thought about what he might have been capable of if this had never been done. Then he set it aside because it was the kind of thinking that could spiral, and spiraling wasn't useful. The bond-severing constructs came off on the second day, and those were different. Not more painful, but more personal, each one releasing something that felt like a held breath he hadn't known he was holding, a loosening of something around his chest that he'd spent 4 years interpreting as the general weight of his situation. When the last of them was gone he sat very still for a long time and Bill didn't speak and neither did the Gringotts specialists, because they'd done enough of this work to know when a person needed silence. Fleur came that afternoon. She sat in the chair and looked at him and her eyes were very still the way they went when she was paying close attention without performing it. "The crown," she said. Harry looked at her throat. The gold shimmer was there, but it was different, quieter, lower, the frantic resonance of the last 2 weeks settled into something more consistent and less urgent. A monitoring function at rest rather than at alarm. "Does it feel different?" he asked. "Yes." She considered the word. Before, it was reactive. Responding to the construct's presence with the specific frequency of an alert. Now it is, she paused, searching, attentive. That is the word. Not alarmed. Attentive. What does that mean? For the Accords. It means the emergency provisions of the declaration move toward resolution. The crisis phase is ending. She folded her hands. It does not mean the crown deactivates. An identification, once made, is permanent. She held his gaze. It means we are no longer operating under emergency conditions. We are now operating under, whatever comes next. Whatever comes next, Harry repeated. Which is not yet determined, she said. Which is entirely appropriate given that it has been 2 weeks and we have spent most of those 2 weeks in legal proceedings. Is that you telling me not to rush? It is me telling you that I am not going anywhere, she said, with the directness that was her specific courage. I am here for the remainder of the tournament, which is until June. I am in France after that, which is not very far. She paused. And I find that I am, not in a hurry. About whatever this is. Something shifted in her expression, not quite the ghost of a smile but more than that. You are interesting, Harry. You have been consistently interesting for 2 weeks in genuinely terrible circumstances. I would like to see what you are like in circumstances that are merely ordinary. I'm not sure ordinary is something that happens to me, he said. No, she agreed. But perhaps something adjacent to it. The third morning the last constructs came off, the Molly-connected attachment charms, which Bill handled with the specific care of a man removing something from a wound that had also been, genuinely, a form of warmth. When they were gone Harry felt their absence differently than he'd felt the others. Not relief exactly. More like the feeling after rain, the air cleaner, the light different, everything slightly more itself. He thought about the kitchen at the Burrow. He thought about it carefully and honestly, testing the emotional response the way you pressed a bruise to map its edges. What he found was that the warmth was still there. Changed, maybe, more clearly his own, without the amplification, but present. Real. The Weasleys had been good to him, genuinely, and that truth had not been fabricated by the charms. It had just been altered by them, and the altered version was gone, and what remained was the original. It was enough, he decided. The original was enough. He got out of bed on the afternoon of the 31st feeling, for the first time in as long as he could clearly remember, like his own weight. Not lighter. Not different in any dramatic sense. Just fully his, unencumbered, the magic in him moving with an ease that made the last 4 years feel like he'd been walking in water. He went to find Sirius. Sirius was in the room McGonagall had given him, which he had made immediately and thoroughly his own in the way people who had been denied space for years made space their own when they finally had it, books on every surface, a half-repaired something on the desk, 3 owls that had come with correspondence perched on the window ledge with the proprietary air of owls who had decided this was home now. He looked up when Harry came in, and he read whatever was in Harry's face and stood up immediately. Done, he said. Done, Harry said. Sirius crossed the room and pulled him into a hug that was the same as the first one, not graceful, not measured, just completely genuine and completely present. Harry held on. When they separated, Sirius held him at arm's length and looked at him the way he had in the hospital wing on the first night, taking inventory, and this time the inventory came back different and his expression showed it. There you are, he said quietly. Harry understood what he meant. He didn't have words for it but he understood. They sat down, and Sirius poured 2 glasses of butterbeer from the bottle on his desk because he'd apparently stocked butterbeer for exactly this occasion, which was very serious, and they sat in comfortable quiet for a moment. The audit started yesterday, Sirius said. Sharpclaw sent word. They've identified 9 beneficiary vaults so far. 9, Harry said. 9 people who received converted currency deposits from the siphoning network. 3 of them are names I recognize from the Wisengamot's back corridors, minor members, not major players, but useful votes that Rookwood bought. 2 of them are in the ministry proper, not elected positions. He paused. Bones is coordinating the criminal referrals as they come. She seems to be enjoying herself, which I find slightly alarming and also entirely appropriate. And Rookwood? His properties were placed under preservation order pending the audit. He's not in custody, there's no charge filed yet, the audit has to complete first, but his apparition is restricted and his Gringotts access is frozen. Sirius turned his glass in his hands. His legal team filed 2 more countermotions yesterday. Marchbanks dismissed both before lunch. Harry smiled. She's fast. She's been doing this since before Fudge was born. She has very little patience for delaying tactics. Sirius paused. Fudge, by the way, has issued a statement saying he is monitoring the situation closely and remains confident in the integrity of the Wizengamot. He said it with the tone of someone reading a sign on a building that is actively on fire. Which means he knows exactly what's coming and is establishing distance, Harry said. Which is actually useful, because it means he won't actively obstruct the investigation. He'll just be conspicuously uninvolved and hope nobody looks too closely at his relationship to Rookwood's committee assignments over the last decade. Sirius looked at Harry. There will be a reckoning for Fudge, but it'll come after. Not now. Harry nodded. He was thinking about the longer arc of things, the audit, the investigation, the Wizengamot seat he now held, the war with Voldemort that was coming regardless of any of this. Each piece was connected. Each action taken now was a positioned stone. The Potter Vault, he said. I took the liberty of requesting a preliminary statement. Sirius produced a folded parchment from his desk. The vault is significantly healthier than it would be if the audit's enhanced recovery provisions apply, which they will. Once the currency conversion is reversed with the triple penalty rate, I'm not interested in how large it is, Harry said. I'm interested in what I can do with it. Sirius looked at him. What are you thinking? The curse removal took 3 days and Gringotts specialists. Bill's time, Pomfrey's time, resources. Most people who've had constructs like this placed on them won't have access to any of that. He thought about the way Bones had described the preliminary investigation, 12 people interviewed, 3 interviews already connecting back to Margaret Vane and the Rookwood network. Which meant 12 people who potentially had construct arrays on them that they'd never been scanned for. There should be a fund for independent magical analysis and curse removal for people who can't afford Gringotts rates. Sirius was quiet for a moment. That's, Harry. Is it feasible? With the vault's recovery, yes. Very feasible. Sirius set down his glass. It could be structured as a charitable trust under the Potter name. Completely independent of ministry administration, privately governed, with Gringotts as the operating administrator. He paused. If I added a contribution from the Black Vault it would be large enough to operate indefinitely. Then let's do that, Harry said. This week. Sirius looked at his godson with an expression Harry was learning to read, the one that meant he was proud and was doing his best not to make a production of it. This week, he agreed. New Year's Eve came in quietly over Hogwarts, the way the holidays ended when most of the students had gone home and the ones who remained had found their rhythm in the castle's emptier, calmer version of itself. The great hall was set for a small dinner, house tables gone, replaced by round tables for the Hogwarts and Beauxbatons and Durmstrang students remaining, candlelight and no ceremony. Harry sat between Fleur and Ron, which was its own kind of navigation, but Ron had settled into something that was doing its best to be normal, and Fleur had decided that Ron was not a complication she needed to manage, and together they produced a dinner table that was mostly functional and occasionally genuinely comfortable. Hermione was across the table with a book open beside her plate that she was not technically reading during dinner but was definitely reading during dinner. Victor was beside her with the contented expression of a man who had decided that someone reading at the table was a feature, not a flaw. Fred and George had arrived with the news that their Honeyduke celebration had involved a self-replicating canary cream incident that was technically still ongoing in the shop's back storage room and had resulted in a very apologetic letter to the owner and a promise of compensation. They told the story with the smooth tag-team efficiency of people who had rehearsed it and described the canary cream situation in terms that made it sound both worse and significantly more charming than the letter had apparently conveyed. How many canaries? Fleur asked, with genuine interest. Working estimate, 60, Fred said. Possibly 70, George said. It was hard to count because they kept moving. Impressive, Fleur said, and she was not being diplomatic, she actually seemed to find it impressive, which caused Fred and George to exchange a look of profound mutual satisfaction. Harry watched the table and felt something that was straightforwardly good. Not without complexity, Ron was still carrying something heavy, and the Weasley family situation was not resolved, and Voldemort was still out there in whatever form he'd managed to reconstitute, and the audit was still running, and there were 9 beneficiary vaults and a woman named Margaret Vane who still needed to be found. All of that was true. But the table was good. The people at it were real, genuinely, fully real, no constructs, no amplification, no magical architecture shaping his feelings toward them. Whatever warmth he felt right now was his own, produced without assistance, and that made it feel enormous. Ron caught him looking and raised an eyebrow. Nothing, Harry said. Ron looked at the table, then back at Harry, and seemed to understand something without it being articulated. Yeah, he said. All right. Dumbledore was not at the dinner. He had sent a note saying he had correspondence to attend to, which was probably true and was also the note of a man giving space deliberately. Harry appreciated it and was also aware that the conversation he'd promised, the full conversation, the prophecy and the plan and all of it, was coming, and that he would have to prepare for it properly. After dinner, the remaining students drifted toward the courtyard where Filch had begrudgingly allowed a small fire to be lit in the stone basin near the fountain. And someone had found butterbeers and someone else had found a wizarding wireless that was playing something with a good enough beat that Fleur's 2 Beauxbatons classmates were dancing near the fire with the unself-consciousness of people for whom dancing was simply what you did when music was playing. Fleur stood beside Harry near the fire. She was not dancing. She was watching the others with the expression of someone who was exactly where she wanted to be. Your grandmother goes back tomorrow, Harry said. Yes. She has already achieved what she came to achieve, and she finds extended stays in Scotland uncomfortable. A pause. She told me this morning that she will maintain the declaration until the audit completes. That after that, the formal protection provisions transition to an ongoing diplomatic relationship, which will require periodic communication between the Potter House and the Veela Nation. Meaning she and Sirius will correspond. Meaning you and she will correspond, Fleur corrected. She does not proxy. She told me to tell you that she expects the first letter within 2 weeks and that it should be properly addressed and include a substantive update on the audit's progress. Harry smiled. She's giving me homework. She is treating you as a peer, Fleur said, and the distinction mattered and they both knew it. They stood by the fire and the wireless played and the new year came closer by degrees, the cold air carrying the smell of pine and frost and the lake, and Harry was aware that this moment would not stay, that January was coming and with it the second task, and the audit, and the conversation with Dumbledore, and the long slow work of dismantling what Rookwood had built and finding out how far it went. All of that was true and none of it touched this particular minute. What are you thinking? Fleur asked. That I don't know what ordinary feels like yet, Harry said. But that this is possibly adjacent to it. She looked at him. The gold shimmer at her throat was quiet and steady in the firelight. What does it feel like? He thought about it honestly. About the morning in the hospital wing 3 days ago when the last construct came loose, and the feeling of being fully his own weight for the first time he could remember. About the lordship claim and the Potter seat and Sirius's grip on his shoulder in the Wisengamot chamber. About Ron saying we're all right and meaning it against the cost of meaning it. About Apollon saying the boy has good instincts and the particular quality of being accurately seen by someone who had no reason to be kind about it. About Fleur handing him a croissant on the morning everything started and not making a conversation of it. Like something that belongs to me, he said. She was quiet for a moment. Then she said, good, and meant it in a way that contained several things without specifying them, and Harry understood the several things without needing them specified, and they stood by the fire as the wireless played and the year turned, and the gold at her throat was steady and warm and fully his to look at. The next morning Harry knocked on Dumbledore's office door at 9. He'd thought about this conversation for 10 days, turning it over, figuring out what he needed from it, what he was willing to give. He had been angry and he had been sad and he had been practical, and somewhere in the middle of those three things he had arrived at a position that felt honest and was therefore the one he was going to take into the room. Dumbledore said, "Come in," and Harry came in. The office was the same as always, warm, complex, full of the accumulated objects of a very long life. Fawkes was awake today, watching Harry with one amber eye as he crossed the room. The portraits were awake and not pretending not to be this time. Armando Dip-Pet gave Harry a small nod from his frame. Harry nodded back. He sat down in the chair across from Dumbledore's desk. Dumbledore looked at him. "How do you feel?" "Clear," Harry said. It was the accurate word. Dumbledore nodded slowly. He looked different today, not diminished, but present in a way that felt less curated. Like a version of himself with fewer layers between the interior and the surface. "I said I would tell you everything. I meant it." He folded his hands on the desk. "Where would you like to start?" "The prophecy," Harry said. "And then the plan." "Everything." Dumbledore told him. He told him all of it, the prophecy in full, the one Trelawney had spoken to him in an interview for the divination position in 1980. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches. Born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the seventh month dies. He told Harry the second half that he'd never heard. The part about neither could live while the other survived. The part about the power the Dark Lord knows not. He told it without softening, without editorial, without the gentle guidance toward a particular interpretation that had been his method for 13 years. Harry sat with it. The prophecy landed differently than he would have expected, not with the crushing weight he'd half anticipated, but with the flat, clarifying sensation of finally seeing the shape of something he'd been walking around in the dark. "Power the Dark Lord knows not," he said. "What I believe it refers to," Dumbledore said, "is love. Not romantic love, though that is not excluded. The specific kind of love that your mother demonstrated, that Lily demonstrated. Love that acts without calculation, that sacrifices without bargaining." He paused. "Voldemort has never understood it. He has never experienced it and has therefore never been able to account for it as a force." "And your plan," Harry said. "What was the plan built around the prophecy?" Dumbledore was very quiet for a moment. "The plan," he said carefully, "was built around the understanding that you would need to face Voldemort directly, that the manner of that confrontation was tied to the magical protections created by your mother's sacrifice, and that in order for those protections to function at their full capacity." He stopped. Harry waited. "I believed," Dumbledore said, and his voice was older than Harry had ever heard it, "that there was something inside you that Voldemort placed there the night he failed to kill you. A fragment. A piece of himself he did not intend to leave." He looked at Harry steadily. "I believe you are an accidental Horcrux." The word sat in the air. Harry knew the word because Hermione had found it 3 weeks ago in a research direction that she'd noted and flagged without knowing why it felt important. He'd read the flagged passage at midnight and sat with it and hadn't told anyone yet because he didn't know what to do with it. "You know what a Horcrux is," Dumbledore said. "I know what it is," Harry said. "A vessel for a fragment of a soul, created through murder. A mechanism for surviving death." He held Dumbledore's gaze. "If I'm one, then to fully destroy Voldemort, the fragment inside you would need to be destroyed," Dumbledore said. "Yes. And the plan," Harry said, keeping his voice level, "involved me, at some point, being in a position where that destruction could occur." Dumbledore did not answer, which was its own answer. Harry breathed through it. He breathed through the specific and enormous thing it was, the knowledge that the plan, the great patient careful long plan, had him dying in it. Had always had him dying in it. He breathed through the knowledge that the man sitting across from him had known this, had kept it, had made choices for 14 years based on a future in which Harry Potter was a sacrifice. He breathed through it until it was just a fact, terrible, enormous, but a fact, and not a thing that was happening to him, but a thing he now had information about. Is there another way? He asked. I have been looking, Dumbledore said. For 3 years, since my suspicion became certainty. I have been looking for a way to destroy the fragment without destroying you. He paused. I have not yet found one. That does not mean one doesn't exist. But you built the plan around the assumption that I'd die. I built the plan around the understanding that you might have to, and that preparing you for a willing sacrifice was more humane than allowing you to be taken by surprise. He stopped. I know how that sounds. It sounds like you decided, Harry said. Like you made a decision about my life, specifically, about whether my life would end, without telling me, without giving me the chance to make that decision for myself. Yes, Dumbledore said. Just that. No defense, no context, no explanation. Just the confirmation. Harry looked at him. He thought about what Apollon had said, you are not protected. He thought about what Sirius had said, you've never been as safe as you were supposed to be. He thought about the lordship and the seat and the Wisingamot chamber and the petition and every choice he'd made in the last 10 days from a position of full information. I'm not going to let you make that decision for me, Harry said. If there is a sacrifice to be made, I'll be the one who decides whether to make it, with full knowledge, when the time comes. I know, Dumbledore said. I understand that now. Do you? I think, Dumbledore said slowly, that I spent 13 years telling myself I was protecting you by keeping you ignorant, and I have spent the last 10 days watching you demonstrate precisely what you're capable of when you're not ignorant, and I find that I have very few of my old arguments left. He looked at his hands. You are considerably more capable than I gave you credit for. You are considerably more capable than the plan required you to be. He met Harry's eyes. That is my fault. I should have known it earlier, and I didn't, because I was looking at a piece on a board rather than a person in a chair. The office was quiet. Fawkes made a small sound, not the full song, just a note, brief and musical and warm. The Horcruxes, Harry said. How many are there? 7 total, of which you are one. Dumbledore opened his desk drawer and placed a small notebook on the desk, old, battered, with his handwriting on every page. I have identified 4 others with varying degrees of certainty. I was going to begin pursuing them this year. He slid the notebook across the desk. I would like to do that with you. Not as the person guiding the mission, as a partner in it. He paused. If you're willing. Harry looked at the notebook. Then at Dumbledore. At this man who was brilliant and flawed and genuinely, irreducibly good in the deep sense alongside all of his monstrous calculations, who had made choices that had cost Harry more than either of them could fully quantify and who was now sitting across from him without a single defense mechanism left in operation, offering a notebook. I need one thing first, Harry said. Name it. You stop making decisions about my life without telling me. About anything. If you know something relevant to me, to my safety, to the war, to any of it, you tell me. I'm not a piece on a board. I'm Lord Potter, I have a Wisingamot seat, and I have the right to make informed choices about my own life. Yes, Dumbledore said. If you break that, if I find out you've held something back again, I know, Dumbledore said. I know what you'll do. And you'd be right to do it. Harry picked up the notebook. He looked at it for a moment. Then he tucked it under his arm. Then yes, he said. I'm willing. He stood up. Dumbledore stood too, reflexively, the courtesy of an old man who stood when people left rooms. Harry, Dumbledore said. Harry stopped at the door. I am sorry, Dumbledore said. Not as an explanation. Just, I am sorry. Harry looked at him for a moment. At the tired blue eyes and the silver beard and the weight of everything that sat on this man who had been carrying most of it alone for 40 years. I know, Harry said. And then, Because it was true and because truth was what they were building this on now. I'll see you Monday. He left the office and walked down the spiral staircase and into the corridor, and the notebook was under his arm and the castle was warm and the morning was bright through the windows and every magic in it felt fully, precisely present. Sirius was in the corridor. He had not been there on purpose, probably. He was heading somewhere, a letter in one hand and his robes slightly crooked in the way they always were, but he stopped when Harry came down. "How was it?" he asked. "Significant," Harry said. "I'll tell you everything. Can we walk?" They walked. Harry told him, the prophecy, the Horcrux, the notebook, the offer of partnership. Sirius listened without interrupting, which was an extraordinary act of will for Sirius, and when Harry finished they were at the corridor's end by the window that looked south over the grounds. "A Horcrux," Sirius said. "Not a question. Just the word, turned over." "Yes. And you're one of them." "Yes. And Dumbledore has been planning around the assumption that you'd need to, yes." Sirius was quiet for a moment. Then he said, very carefully, "And how are you, working on it?" Harry said. "He said he's been looking for another way for 3 years. I'm going to look with him, and I'm going to also look on my own, because having 2 approaches is better than 1. He paused. "And I'm not going to treat it as a certainty. I'm going to treat it as a problem that has a solution we haven't found yet." Sirius looked at him for a long moment. "James," he said softly, "would absolutely have said exactly that. Is that good or bad?" "It's the truest thing I can tell you about your father." Sirius folded the letter in his hand. "All right. 2 approaches. What do you need?" "I need you to go through the Black Library," Harry said. "The family library at Grimmauld Place. I know for a fact it contains dark arts texts that the Ministry would take issue with, and I need to know if any of them have relevant information about soul magic, Horcrux destruction methods, or ways to extract a fragment from a living host." Sirius looked at him with the expression of a man receiving an assignment he has complicated feelings about and has decided to have none of them. "The Black Library. Yes. I'll start today." "And Hermione," Harry said. "Obviously Hermione," Sirius agreed. "And Bill, if there's curse-breaking methodology that might apply to a fragment extraction, I'll ask him. And I want to write to the Flammels." Sirius stopped. "Nicholas Flamel? He spent 600 years studying magical longevity and soul preservation. If anyone has thought about soul fragment extraction, it's probably him." Harry paused. "I know Dumbledore's been in contact with him. I'll ask Dumbledore for the introduction." Sirius stared at him for a moment. Then he started laughing, a real one, surprised, the genuine version, and shook his head slowly. "You're 14, he said." "For another month," Harry said. "My birthday's in July." "You are planning to write to Nicholas Flamel about soul fragment extraction. Is that unreasonable?" "No," Sirius said. "That's the problem. It's completely reasonable." He wiped his eye. "It's completely reasonable and your father would have done exactly the same thing if he'd known, and I need a moment." Harry waited, smiling. Sirius got himself together. "All right. Yes. Write to Flamel. I'll get you the introduction." He paused. "Harry. About all of this, the Horcrux, the plan, what Dumbledore had in mind." "Are you actually? Ask me in a week," Harry said. "Right now I'm still in the practical part. The feelings are coming but they're taking their time and I think that's right. That is genuinely one of the most self-aware things I've ever heard a teenager say." "Fleur told me I was unexpectedly interesting," Harry said. "I'm trying to live up to it." Sirius grinned. It was the full one, the one that lit his whole face, the one that made him look like the young man he'd never quite gotten to be. "She's not wrong," he said. "Come on. There's a Black family archive I need to excavate and I want your help with the cataloging system." They went. The second task arrived in February with its own complications, and Harry faced it with a preparation that was thorough and a state of mind that was, for the first time in 4 years, fully his own. He was not afraid of the water. He was not afraid of what was in the water. He had stood in the Wisengamot and spoken in the center of a Veela convocation circle and sat across from Albus Dumbledore and the man's oldest secrets, and the lake in February was simply a problem that had a solution. He found it. He solved it. He came out of the water with Ron under one arm and the Beauxbatons girl Gabrielle, Fleur's little sister, who had arrived on Fleur's wrist in the portrait chamber the night before the task in a manner that made the stakes about as personal as possible, under the other, well past the time limit, and stood dripping on the dock while the judges conferred. Fleur was at the dock's edge. Her expression was the controlled one it got when she'd been very frightened and was not going to show how frightened. She looked at her sister for 3 seconds and then looked at Harry. "You went back for Gabrielle," she said. "She was down there," Harry said simply. Fleur looked at him for another moment. Something moved across her face, past the controlled expression, past the assessment, into something more direct and less managed. She stepped forward and kissed him on the cheek, quickly and precisely, in the French manner. Her lips were warm against his cold skin. "Thank you," she said, and stepped back, and picked up Gabrielle, and went. Harry stood dripping on the dock and Ron said, "Bloody hell," with the tone of someone processing several things at once, and the judges gave Harry 47 points which placed him in second overall, and the crowd was very loud, and none of that was the part that Harry thought about afterward. What he thought about was the warmth of it against his cold cheek. Real and simple and entirely his own. April brought the first results from the mandatory audit, which identified 14 total beneficiary vaults, 3 ministry officials, and 1 retired Hogwarts governor. Bones made 5 arrests in a single morning with the efficient pleasure of someone executing a plan that had been carefully constructed for exactly this moment. The Prophet ran it on the front page for 3 days running and Rita Skeeter's byline appeared on the main story each time, factual throughout, the documentation clean enough that not 1 column inch of it was retracted. Margaret Vane was found in the Rookwood property in Wiltshire on the 15th of April, having apparently decided to stay in the place most obviously connected to her employer, which Bones described in her report as a notable failure of judgment. She cooperated with investigators, confirming the recruitment network and providing names, in exchange for a reduced charge arrangement. The network had 17 placement points across Britain and 2 in France, all of them following the same template, all of them recruited the same way Molly had been, presented with something they wanted, given a tool that did more than they were told. Molly Weasley's formal hearing was set for June. Harry sent Sirius to represent his interests in the proceedings, specifically to advocate for the reduced charge consideration that Sirius had drafted. Molly would receive a suspended sentence, mandatory magical ethics education, and a formal caution that would not preclude her from magical law enforcement purposes but would be permanently on her record. It was not nothing. It was not the same thing as Rookwood. Ron knew about it before the hearing was announced, because Harry told him directly, and Ron was quiet for a long time and then said, "She's going to have to stand up in front of people and say what she did." "Yes," Harry said. Was that part of what you asked for?" "It's part of the legal consequence of what she did," Harry said carefully. "I didn't ask for anything beyond what the process requires." Ron nodded. He didn't look relieved exactly, but something in his face settled. "Fred and George," he said. They're being bloody weird about the whole thing. Not weird bad. Weird, purposeful." "Yeah," Harry said. "I know." Fred and George had quietly, over the course of 4 months, taken everything they'd been saving from the family allowance and begun investing it with the specific focus of people who had decided that financial independence from the family was now a priority. They hadn't discussed this with anyone except to inform Harry, briefly, that they intended to open a joke shop within 3 years and that they were considering asking him to invest, which Harry had agreed to immediately. "Fred and George are going to be fine," Harry said. "They've always been fine." "Yeah," Ron said. He looked at his chess set. "She loves you, Harry. That's the thing, she loves you and she still, Yeah, Harry said. I know. They sat with that, the particular truth of it that had no clean edges, that couldn't be resolved into a clearer shape. Love that was real and harm that was also real, running parallel, refusing to cancel each other out. We'll get through it, Ron said. We will, Harry agreed. They did. June came up warm over Scotland, the tournament's final task approaching, and Harry sat one afternoon on the bank of the Black Lake with the Flamel's most recent letter in his hand, their third exchange, each one longer and more technical, Nicholas Flamel writing with the precise enthusiasm of a 600-year-old academic discovering someone worth corresponding with, and Fleur sitting on the grass a meter away reading something of her own. The gold shimmer of the crown was quiet at her throat, the steady attentive version, present and calm. He'd read the Flamel's letter twice. It was dense and theoretical and contained two specific ideas about soul fragment extraction that he was going to bring to Dumbledore and Sirius and Bill and Hermione in the coming weeks, because two specific ideas was two more than they'd had before, and two was the beginning of something. He folded the letter. He looked out at the lake. He thought about July, his 15th birthday, the longest uninterrupted stretch of summer he'd ever had ahead of him, Sirius's house where he was going to stay and which Sirius had been quietly making livable since January. He thought about the Horcrux and the fragment and the war that was coming, and all of it lay out ahead of him, enormous and real and not resolved. He was not afraid of it. You're thinking very hard about something, Fleur said without looking up from her book. The Flamels wrote back, he said. She looked up. Good ideas? 2. Maybe 3 if the second one branches the way I think it does. She held out her hand. He gave her the letter. She read it with the quick precision she brought to everything, her eyes moving fast. He watched her face, the slight furrow between her brows where something complex required tracking, the small movement of her mouth when she hit a passage she found interesting. The second idea, she said. The soul severance methodology. They think it could be applied inversely. Yes, Harry said. That's the 3 if it branches part. She looked up from the letter. You're going to solve this. It wasn't a question. He recognized the tone, the same tone she'd used in the hospital wing 2.5 months ago when she told him she wasn't going anywhere. The tone of someone who had looked at a situation from multiple angles and arrived at an assessment. Working on it, Harry said. She handed back the letter. Their fingers touched briefly in the handoff, and neither of them made anything of it, which was its own kind of something. The third task is in 2 weeks, she said. I know. Are you prepared? More than I've ever been for anything, he said. It was true. He had spent 6 months becoming someone with full knowledge of his own situation, his own power, his own resources. Whatever was in the maze was a problem that would have a solution, and he would find it. Good, she said, and went back to her book. Harry turned back to the lake. The water was very still, deep green, enormous and quiet and alive below its surface. The Scottish summer light was warm on his face. Somewhere behind him, the castle was going about its business, classes and meals and the small contained drama of a school day, a world that proceeded regardless. He was a part of it and he was also more than it, and both of those things were true, and neither was more important than the other. He put the Flamel's letter in his pocket, beside the notebook Dumbledore had given him in January, which he carried everywhere. He put his hands on the grass behind him and leaned back and let the sun land on him, and the magic in him moved with the ease of something fully free, no chains, no drain, no architecture that wasn't his own. 52 constructs, dismantled. 1 fragment, still to go. He would get there. He was Lord Potter. He had a Veela crown's attentive gold steady at his periphery and a godfather who was terrifyingly competent when he had something to protect and a seat in the Wisengamot and a correspondence with Nicholas Flamel and 52 ways of knowing what it felt like to have something taken from you, which meant 52 reasons to make sure it never happened again. He looked out at the lake, at the light on the water, at the enormous ordinary afternoon. The story was not finished. It was, in a significant sense, barely started. But the first chapter of it, the one that began in a hospital wing with a diagnostic panel going red, was done. And what it had led to was not defeat and not resolution and not safety, exactly, but something better than all of those things. It had led to himself. That was enough. That was, actually, everything.